Chapter 1994. This is ridiculous. Qiao Xian's inquiry was merely casual. As the mistress of the house, she was merely displaying her demeanor. She hadn't anticipated any significant events occurring within the residence. Her husband's unwavering attachment to her was evident in his gaze, doting, gentle, and brimming with genuine affection. Such sentiments couldn't be feigned. To her surprise, Kaiyue and Kaihua exchanged a peculiar smile. "We've been waiting for the right moment to inform you, madam." "It's quite an amusing tale," Kaiyue began. "Yes, indeed. It's rather ridiculous." "Madam, consider it more of a jest," Kaihua chimed in. Perplexed, Qiao Xian shot them a quizzical glance. "You're both being cryptic. Just tell me what's going on." She had assumed that any trouble brewing would involve the Mei family, but it turned out to be the Fan family. It appeared that Fan Ruyan's daughter, Bai Ruerui, had collided with Shao Yunduan's carriage while Shao Yunduan was inspecting the road construction near the Fan family's estate. Bai Ruerui, perhaps lost in the scenery, had failed to notice the approaching carriage. Thankfully, Yi was at the reins that day. His strength allowed him to swiftly pull the reins, redirecting the carriage with a forceful maneuver. Otherwise, Bai Ruerui might have suffered severe injuries. Due to the sudden jolt, the carriage's axle and wheels snapped, causing Shao Yunduan and Qin Yan inside to collide painfully with the carriage walls. The incident left everyone shaken, their bodies drenched in cold sweat as they rushed to assist. Bai Ruerui appeared utterly stunned, her widened eyes and pallid face betraying her shock. When a guard attempted to assist her, she emitted a feeble scream. Finally catching up, the maidservant and elderly woman accompanying her shared in the shock at the sight. Qin Yan assisted Shao Yunduan out of the carriage, unleashing a torrent of furious rebukes at the Fan family's servants. Had Bai Ruerui not been in tears, he would have scolded her as well. How could she be so careless? It was only thanks to Ye's strength and quick action that the situation hadn't turned tragic. Observing the aftermath, the servants from the Fan family realized the gravity of the situation. They dared not utter a word and instead listened to the admonishments with humility, fully aware of their fault. Bai Ruerui trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. Having been previously deceived by the Mei family during the Lantern Festival, Shao Yunduan approached such situations with extreme caution. He had no intention of lingering any longer and delegated the aftermath to Qin Yan and the three bailiffs. Opting for a horse, he swiftly departed with Yi and the others. Bai Ruerui, still shaken, mustered the strength to speak through her sobs. Clutching the maid's arm, she attempted to halt Shao Yunduan's departure. "I deeply regret my actions today. I never anticipated your carriage passing by at that moment. Please, consider moving to the Fan family mansion as a gesture of apology. We can provide you with a new carriage as compensation. If you hadn't swerved to avoid me, I might have. I haven't properly thanked you for saving my life." Shao Yunduan cast her a cold glance before departing without uttering a word. Struggling to find her voice, Bai Ruerui hesitated, her words caught in her throat. Qin Yan regarded Bai Ruerui with disdain, a sneer curling his lips. "Let's hope this truly was an accident. But if someone is trying to orchestrate harm upon themselves, be warned, think twice. You might end up in a worse predicament." Bai Ruerui, her face buried in her hands, broke into fresh sobs. "Explain yourself," she demanded amidst her tears. Chapter 1995. Anger. Qin Yan let out an even louder snort before falling silent. How could he possibly clarify the situation? He already regretted his earlier words. Could he openly accuse Bai Ruerui of harboring ulterior motives, of attempting to seduce his lord? As the lord's personal attendant, his words carried weight. His previous mockery had stemmed from genuine anger. But if he were to repeat such accusations and Bai Ruerui caught wind of it, what chaos would ensue? It would irreparably tarnish her reputation. Yet, Qin Yan found himself baffled by Bai Ruerui's persistent pursuit. Could she truly harbor such intentions? Was she out of her mind? If that were the case, then it seemed she had come prepared. It was a situation beyond his control. With a decisive turn, Qin Yan distanced himself from Bai Ruerui, opting to ignore her entirely. Unable to chase after him or demand answers, Bai Ruerue was left with her regret, her sobs intensifying. She was truly terrified, utterly shaken. She had believed she had calculated the distance accurately, but the reality had proven far more perilous than she had anticipated. As she watched the hoof barely a foot from her head, poised to descend in the next moment, she was gripped by sheer terror. She thought she had crossed the line and was doomed. To her surprise, she emerged unscathed. In that moment, she felt a pang of regret. Why hadn't she sustained any injuries? If she had been injured, Lord Shao wouldn't have been able to depart. Qing Yan instructed one of the bailiffs to slowly escort the carriage back to the city while he accompanied two others to return by Ruerue to the Fan family mansion. He recounted the incident to ensure there would be no misunderstandings. Finally, he sternly reprimanded the Fan family. The young master and miss should consider assigning more guards when they venture out. If a similar incident were to occur again, luck might not be on their side. Following that day, Bai Ruerue appeared before Shao Yunduan on 3 additional occasions, twice accompanied by Fan Ruyan. Shao Yunduan's patience reached its limit, and he publicly scolded them both. Bai Ruerue and her mother left in disgrace, much to the amusement of onlookers. Qiao Xian's lips twitched at the account. Her husband seemed to attract the attention of such incompetent women. "Have you uncovered the reason behind Miss Bai's behavior?" she inquired. Kaihua and Kaiyue shook their heads, indicating they were unaware of any underlying reasons behind Bai Ruerue's behavior. However, rumors circulated that the 2 elder masters of the Fan family were highly displeased with the situation, leading to confrontations with Fan Ruyan. They were adamant about putting an end to the antics of the mother and daughter duo. Nevertheless, it seemed the old lady of the Fan family was more concerned about her kin, causing further turmoil. Shao Yunduan hadn't mentioned any of this to Qiao Xian, suggesting he hadn't unearthed any significant revelations. Qiao Xian pondered briefly but opted not to inquire further. To both of them, this appeared to be a trivial matter not worth dwelling on. Aware of the situation, Qiao Xian resolved to remain vigilant. Could it be that the incompetents from the Fan family sought to emulate the Mei family's failed attempt? What if they succeeded? Would that not demonstrate their superiority over the Mei family? Unbeknownst to her, Bai Ruerue had narrowly avoided a grave incident when she halted the carriage that day. Subsequently, she faced repeated questioning from Fan Ruyan. Initially, Bai Ruerue had attempted to deceive her, but Fan Ruyan wasn't one to be fooled twice. Bai Ruerue's attitude toward Qiao Xian had notably shifted during the previous home banquet, leaving Qiao Xian unsettled. And now, she narrowly escaped another collision with Prefect Shao's carriage. An accident? Fan Ruyan dismissed the notion entirely. Chapter 1996. Dream Fan Ruyan staunchly refused to believe that her daughter would intentionally endanger herself by rushing out to stop the carriage. Her recent mood had soured considerably. Her relationship with her mother had deteriorated, leaving her feeling partly responsible for the decline of the Fan family. She was certain her mother held her accountable for their misfortunes. As for her brothers and sisters-in-law, they treated her as the scapegoat, eagerly wishing to cast her out. Even the servants within her courtyard bore the brunt of the household's turmoil. But she felt powerless to change the situation. At times, she couldn't help but feel a sense of disappointment. She had been groomed to be the elder miss of the Fan family since childhood. Why should she be forced into marriage as an adult? Why couldn't she assert her rightful position as the miss of the Fan family? Who had the authority to look down upon her? While she could bear the scorn from others, there were moments when the injustice burned within her like a raging fire. Yet, even her own flesh and blood daughter dared to deceive her. How could she tolerate such betrayal? Fan Ruyan was no fool, particularly in matters of sensitivity. This time, Bai Ruerue's attempts at deception fell flat. Pushed to her breaking point, she tearfully confessed the truth. However, the truth resembled more of a fabrication, stoking Fan Ruyan's wrath to new heights. Bai Ruerue's tears only intensified after being scolded for her honesty, her heart heavy with grievance. Witnessing her daughter's distress, Fan Ruyan wavered once more. Perhaps this time, she should believe her daughter's account. After all, her anguish seemed genuine. However, The story seemed too fantastical to be true. Fan Ruyin consoled by Ruerue and delved further into the details. Eventually, she found herself inclined to believe her daughter's tale. Bai Ruerue confided in her mother, revealing that during a bout of high fever, she had entered a dreamlike state. In this dream, she gleaned insights and knowledge. She became aware that Shao Yunduan wasn't just an ordinary prefect, he was destined for greatness. The dream, with its vivid and surreal nature, left her shaken. Initially skeptical of such phenomena, Bai Ruerue found herself astounded when events unfolded in the following days, aligning with her dream. In light of this revelation, how could Bai Ruerue harbor any doubts? Moreover, considering Shao Yunduan's remarkable achievements at such a young age and his promising future, it was plausible that he would encounter influential figures even in the remote region of An's province. With the impending closure of the village shop, Bai Ruerue couldn't bear to let the opportunity slip through her fingers. If the chance was within reach, why should she relinquish it? Regardless of the risks, getting close to Shao Yunduan seemed like a gamble worth taking. Fan Ruyin and her daughter felt a surge of determination and fervor. Though her siblings-in-law now despised her, blaming her for the family's woes, Fan Ruyin harbored visions of a future where her daughter's success would elevate the Fan clan to new heights. If her daughter could bring glory to the family and support its prosperity, what recourse would her detractors have then? When the time came, she vowed to exact revenge for the humiliation they inflicted upon her. They would rue the day they underestimated her. It wasn't too late to seek retribution, and Fan Ruyin was prepared to endure any hardships. Thus, Bai Ruerue and her daughter began to strategize. However, their attempts ended in repeated failures, becoming fodder for gossip and causing considerable embarrassment to the elder masters of the Fan family. Eventually, they were placed under house arrest, with even old Lady Fan withholding her support. Frustrated and desperate, Fan Ruyin and her daughter exhausted every avenue to no avail. They could only bide their time at home, seething with anger and anxiety. With Madame Shao back in the picture, stirring up trouble was out of the question. It was best to exercise patience for now. After all, opportunities would surely arise. Due to this, Qiao Xian returned to An City without encountering any further disturbances. Fan Ruyin and her mother seemed to have ceased causing trouble altogether. Chapter 1997, Spring Farming. As spring plowing approached, the pace of road construction in An's province slowed temporarily. Labor became scarce as the priority shifted to preparing the fields for planting. After the fields were plowed, seedlings were planted, and crops like melons and beans were sown, there would be another surge of activity following the Dragon Boat Festival. Funds were allocated, and road repairs focused on widening and reinforcing existing foundations. Though there were numerous twists and turns requiring alterations, the workload remained manageable. Repair efforts had already commenced in the 8 towns closest to the state city, requiring minimal adjustments. Barring any unforeseen tensions, the remaining 9 locations, including Hundred Spirit Town and Gulwan Town, the furthest away, were slated for completion by August 15th. Upon completion, the repaired road would significantly enhance travel convenience for commoners, reducing travel time and effort for ox carts and other modes of transportation. The populace lauded the prefect state's lord as a benevolent leader, dedicated to serving the people's needs. Meanwhile, the procurement of rice seeds for An's province followed the customary practices of the Great Qin Empire, overseen by government supervision. Local merchants collaborated to fulfill this task, though their profit margins remained slim due to low prices. Despite the minimal financial gain, these merchants participated out of obligation rather than expectation of profit. Despite the lack of profitability, those eligible still vied for the opportunity, eager to secure their share of the benefits. While the business trip itself may not yield substantial gains, it carried its own advantages. Firstly, it could foster a favorable relationship with the lord of the prefect. Secondly, the government might offer discounts or compensations elsewhere, ensuring it was not a loss overall. With potato planting season approaching, Qiao Xian instructed Songshi and Lu Fu to remind others not to overlook this task. Many had indeed forgotten about planting potatoes until the reminder. Hastily, They retrieved the potato seeds stored in the corners of their cellars. The community held great respect and trust for Lord Shao, recognizing his efforts in combating banditry and improving infrastructure. Given Madame Shao's emphasis on the importance of potatoes, it was evident they held significant value and should be planted with care. Many families who did not buy potatoes to plant at that time even asked around to see if anyone could give them some. Qiao Xian couldn't contain her joy upon hearing the news. It was a tremendous relief. She was confident that An's province would yield a bountiful potato harvest this year. With the successful cultivation this year, future reminders would become unnecessary as the scale of potato cultivation naturally expanded. The versatility of potatoes made them invaluable. They could serve as both a staple food and a vegetable. It would be foolish not to plant them. Although An's province boasted abundant fields, potatoes were undeniably a game-changer. Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan had become prominent landowners in An's province, with ownership of 60,000 mu of fertile land, a significant holding. However, Qiao Xian entrusted the management of the planting to the housekeeper, showing little interest in the specifics. She merely visited occasionally to inspect new crops like peppers, star anise, and spices, applying her expertise to ensure optimal growth. With the spring plowing season underway and no major issues to attend to, Qiao Xian found herself with ample free time. With peace reigning in the countryside and Jia Hemming's capable leadership, troublemakers were deterred. Taking advantage of the lull, Shao Yunduan and Qiao Xian decided to treat Anan to a visit to Liuhe Manor for a few days. Chapter 1998, Liuhe Manor. Liuhe Manor was steadily taking shape, with both the upper and lower sections of the mountain estate already constructed. Every detail was meticulously attended to, with completion expected by year's end. The main courtyard was now inhabitable, offering Qiao Xian and her companions a comfortable place to stay for a few days. Despite it being the prime season for planting and animal husbandry, Qiao Xian couldn't shake off her concerns about leaving them unattended. On this particular day, they set out quietly with a small entourage. The road leading from the official route to Liuhe Manor had been funded by Qiao Xian herself. It was her first time walking along it since its completion. The road was impressively wide, accommodating the passage of 2 carriages with ease. In accordance with Qiao Xian's specifications, the road surface was covered with a layer of gravel, compacted by massive rolling stones to minimize the roughness typical of dirt roads. Despite the durability of a dirt road, it was prone to developing potholes of various sizes over time, especially after exposure to the elements. Additionally, it was susceptible to water accumulation. A gravel road offered superior resilience in these regards. Resistant to the elements and facilitating faster drainage, the gravel surface promised quicker drying, even in the face of wind and rain. Trees were planted along both sides of the road, spaced evenly to create a symmetrical appearance. Approximately 5 miles along the official road, the landscape transitioned to pine trees, followed by inxing trees further ahead. The inxing saplings, each the size of an egg, already towered over human height. Tall and slender with sturdy main stems and long, delicate branches, they were a vibrant sight in late spring as their leaves unfurled. Though still young, they exuded a vitality that promised eventual shade and shelter from the sun. Empowered by Qiao Xian's influence, these trees would grow at an accelerated rate, transforming the road significantly within just 2 years. The mountainside was dotted with farms, sparking Qiao Xian's excitement at the prospect of staying there. She marveled at the advanced facilities and expansive vistas. From her vantage point, she could admire the starry skies at night and revel in the misty mornings, basking in the beauty of the rugged wilderness. However, Shao Yunduan gently suggested, perhaps it's best to stay at the foot of the mountain. Climbing up and down multiple times a day can be quite exhausting, don't you think? Though Qiao Xian hadn't considered this aspect, his words prompted her realization that ascending the mountain would indeed be time-consuming and laborious. Grateful for his insight, she chuckled nervously. You're right. I hadn't thought of that. In that case, I'll stay at the foot of the mountain. It's much more convenient. It was a shame. There was something special about living on the mountain. Seeing the longing in Qiao Xian's eyes, Shao Yunduan offered a solution. We can spend the night on the mountain before we leave and return home the following day." Qiao Xian's face lit up with joy as she eagerly agreed. The manor at the mountain's base had been anticipating their arrival and was fully prepared. Songshi personally led his men to receive them, offering warm greetings before guiding them to the main courtyard. Along the way, he provided updates on the villa's progress, noting that some areas were still under construction. Qiao Xian nodded, instructing Lixia to ensure that visitors didn't disturb the ongoing construction sites. After checking in with Songshi, she strolled to the farmstead and spent time with Anan, refraining from venturing further. Anan, nearing 9 months old, displayed newfound mobility, eagerly exploring her surroundings. With a gleeful smile, she proudly presented Xiao Xian and Shao Yunduan with handfuls of green foxtails, delighting in her discoveries. The next day, Nanny and the others were still playing with Anan in the manor, while Shao Yunduan was going out with Qiao Xian. Chapter 1999. Mountain. At this time of year, the outdoors teemed with mosquitoes and various insects, especially in the mountainous regions where strange bugs and ants abounded. Anan, being fair-skinned and delicate, was a prime target for mosquitoes. Staying within the confines of the manor provided a safer environment. Anan remained captivated by the novelty of the surroundings. Spotting a pair of rabbits in the farmstead, she gleefully fed them vegetable leaves, her delight evident. Qiao Xian had purchased 100,000 mu of land in Liuhe Manor. However, developing such vast acreage required time and resources. Currently, they had successfully developed around 70,000 mu, but due to a labor shortage, their workforce had dwindled to just 40 individuals, down from a peak of 300. Considering the challenges posed by the mountainous terrain, mosquitoes, snakes, ants, and rampant wild grass, Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan decided to halt further exploration for the time being and wait for autumn and winter. Shao Yunduan agreed, noting, "Indeed, the mountains are overrun with mosquitoes, snakes, and ants, while the vegetation grows unchecked. It's not conducive for exploration. Well, wait it out." The risk of encountering hazards outweighed the benefits, potentially causing significant disruption if any mishaps were to occur. Given their statuses as the prefect and the prefect's wife, Qiao Xian addressed Songshi decisively, "If that's what Lord Shao wishes, then let it be so. Inform the workers to depart tomorrow. Make sure to remember their names, and when we hire more labor in late autumn, prioritize rehiring them." Songshi readily acquiesced, offering a smile as he pledged to convey the instructions to the workers personally. He had been tasked with the hiring process by Qiao Xian herself. Having overseen numerous hirings in the past, Songshi understood the intricacies involved. Wages, daily meal allowances, medical supplies, tools for cultivating the wasteland, each aspect required meticulous handling to prevent any mismanagement. While it might have been tempting for others to exploit such opportunities for personal gain, Songshi remained steadfast in his integrity. Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan trusted his character, and he was wise enough not to jeopardize his position with any imprudent actions. However, the same could not necessarily be said for all junior managers. Songshi recognized the potential for misconduct and ensured that strict oversight was maintained to prevent any mishaps. The cultivated wasteland had been sown with a variety of herbs, including false starworts, Gastrodia elata, King Solomon's seal, crowdipper, pseudoginseng, and angelica, as per Qiao Xian's directives. At this moment, the medicinal herbs had all reached maturity, easily recognizable with a single glance. However, the growth of the small seedlings was uneven, a common occurrence in cultivation. Qiao Xian diligently applied her wood power every time she inspected the area, a practice she continued today. A significant portion of the land had been enclosed on the side of the call, as well as the opposite kernel. Additionally, 2 plots of land in another nearby forest had also been enclosed. Within these enclosures, tall and spacious wooden sheds and houses had been constructed, surrounded by a flat expanse of land adorned with lush grass, plentiful bushes, and several towering trees. Massive rocks adorned with various vines added to the natural beauty of the surroundings. Observing from a distance, Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan admired the scene. Throughout the area, chicken farms dotted the landscape. Currently, one of these farms housed 500 chickens, consisting of 100 adults and 150 young chicks weighing less than a catty. In the future, only 2 out of the 4 areas would raise chickens simultaneously, with a rotation every 2 years. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2000. Chicken Farm. From a distance, Shao Yunduan could observe a flock of chickens roaming within the enclosure, their movements occasionally intercepted by the fishing nets. Every so often, the air was filled with the resonant crowing of roosters. I made inquiries specifically about villagers skilled in poultry farming. They hired workers for 2 taels of silver a month and dispatched 3 clever assistants to provide aid. They've also been learning some valuable techniques. This old man is truly competent. He's been tending to these chickens since they were mere chicks. When he acquired them, there were just as many as there are now. Once they mature, we can acquire more. Qiao Xian had determined the appropriate size for each chicken farm, each accommodating up to 6,000 chickens. However, it was still too early for that scale of operation. Additionally, several mu of land remained at the base of the chicken farms, designated for cultivating vegetables to feed the poultry. Qiao Xian smiled. Proceed with caution, no more than 1,000 chickens this year. Song Shi felt the allocation was rather conservative. He wanted to voice his opinion but hesitated. Eventually, he acquiesced, saying, "Understood." Qiao Xian gave him a meaningful glance and offered a reminder. Ensure the chicken coops are cleaned and ventilated daily. With the weather warming up and mosquitoes becoming more abundant, it's imperative that the chicken's food and water remain fresh. Furthermore, smoke the coop with wormwood daily to ward off pests. Should a chicken plague arise, it won't be a trivial matter. Given the expertise of the individual you've enlisted for chicken farming, they must understand the significance of proper care, remarked Qiao Xian. Initially cautious, Song Shi refrained from further comment upon hearing Qiao Xian's words. The duck farm was situated in the adjacent valley, a visit to which was planned for the following day. With this in mind, the group departed back to the village. Ordinarily, Anan would have been fast asleep by now, but today's excitement kept her wide awake. As Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan approached the village, they could hear Anan's delighted laughter ringing out from afar. Curious as to what was causing such amusement, they hastened their pace. Upon arrival, they discovered Anan gleefully playing with 2 rabbits. One of the rabbits had its leg tied with a rope, the other end of which Anan held firmly. With evident pride, Anan repeatedly exclaimed, "Bunny! Bunny!" as she paraded around with the restrained rabbit. The nanny and maidservants present joined in the laughter, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Spotting her parents, Anan's joy only intensified. Steadied by the nanny, she dashed toward Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan, still clutching the rope and proudly displaying her furry companions. "Bunny!" she exclaimed, beaming as she embraced her parents. Qiao Xian was overjoyed and moved closer, wrapping Anan in a warm embrace. The trio enjoyed some playful moments together before eventually coaxing Anan to release the rope and accompany them back to the house for snacks. Lunch was soon served, with a delightful spread laid out before Qiao Xian and the others. There were stir-fried chives with shrimp sourced from the nearby stream, crispy river fish, dried meat bamboo shoots, cold vegetables with garlic, and pigeon soup. The fish and prawns were freshly caught from the nearby stream, which flowed from the depths of the forest. The water was cool and crystal clear, teeming with small shrimps and fish the size of fingers. After the hearty meal, Anan finally succumbed to sleep, peacefully drifting off. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2001. Untrustworthy. The nanny gently laid Anan down on the bed, covering her with a small blanket. With the window open, a soft breeze entered the room, gently rustling the curtains. Meanwhile, Qiao Xian carried a bamboo basket, leading Shao Yunduan up the mountain in search of mushrooms or wild vegetables. With one hand holding Qiao Xian's, Shao Yunduan took the basket with the other, their steps light and their conversation lively. While Lixia and the others were accustomed to such scenes, It was a rare sight for many of the servants in the manor. Witnessing their master's affectionate and carefree demeanor, they were left astounded, their eyes widening in disbelief. This was the lord of the prefectural state, the esteemed official of An's province. Who would have thought that the lord, known for his public authority, would reveal such a tender and intimate side in private? In the past, the area had been avoided due to the presence of mountain bandits from Lioha Fort. Yet now, with the bandits gone, the forest was untouched, offering an abundance of mushrooms and wild vegetables. Qiao Xian skillfully navigated through the woods, leading Shao Yunduan towards the areas where mushrooms thrived. Before long, they had gathered half a basket of mushrooms. The fresh scent of mushrooms mingled with the earthy aroma of the spring forest, creating a pleasant atmosphere. Spotting tender dandelion seedlings and mustard, Qiao Xian couldn't resist picking more. She even discovered a cluster of plump and tender wild wolfberries. Gathering a handful, she suggested to Shao Yunduan with a smile that they should remember this spot and have someone transplant the wild wolfberries to the manor. That way, they could enjoy fresh wolfberry sprouts all year round. Shao Yunduan smiled in agreement, taking note of her suggestion. With plenty of time left, the sky remained a clear, flawless blue, like high-quality glass. The sunlight bathed the landscape in a warm glow, casting bright beams across the mountains and rivers. As the sunlight filtered through the foliage, illuminating the forest, the gentle mountain breeze caused the plants to sway and rustle. Light and shadows danced in a mesmerizing display, with the grass and leaves shimmering like silver in the sunlight. Taking Qiao Xian's hand, Shao Yunduan led her to a nearby hill, surrounded by dense foliage and offering a panoramic view of the mountains and rivers. Basking in the warm sunlight, they sat together, feeling content and relaxed in each other's company. Qiao Xian relaxed and leaned against Shao Yunduan lazily, her body melting into his embrace as if she had no bones. Nestled in his arms, she murmured softly, I'm so sleepy. I want to sleep. Shao Yunduan chuckled, pressing a gentle kiss to her lips before tightening his arms around her. Then sleep, my love. With a contented smile, Qiao Xian nodded. Yes, I will. Finding a comfortable position in his embrace, she closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep. However, it seemed that Shao Yunduan's promise was not entirely reliable. Upon returning to the village, Qiao Xian's cheeks were still flushed, her lips tinged with a rosy hue. Her hair, neatly arranged, framed her face delicately as she cast a glance at the man beside her. Beside her, Shao Yunduan appeared even more tender and attentive. He even offered to carry her back, his affection for her evident in every gesture. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2002, Duck Farm. In the evening, Qiao Xian prepared a hearty chicken stew, simmering tender chicken pieces with red dates, wolfberries, and Huaishan medicine. Alongside, she cooked an array of mushrooms, wild vegetables, and bamboo shoots, creating a delicious feast. Anan, with a new baby tooth emerging, eagerly nibbled on some chicken, relishing the flavor. Qiao Xian also made him a bowl of noodles with chicken soup, which he devoured with gusto, emptying more than half of the bowl. Though the mountains seemed quiet, occasional cries of strange birds echoed from the distant valleys and forests, their rhythmic calls haunting yet oddly comforting in the stillness of the night. In the safety and warmth of the villa, surrounded by the soothing sounds of nature, Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan found solace and tranquility. Even Anan, unfazed by the eerie cries, widened her eyes and perked up her ears, giggling in delight at the unfamiliar sounds. The following day, Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan took Anan to explore the valley and visit the pond where the ducks resided. The valley was expansive and flat, stretching without ascent into the mountains. The weather was clear, and the insect population relatively sparse. Shao Yunduan carried Anan in his arms, opting not to have the nanny accompany them. Besides Songshe, Lixia, and Qian, only Yi and his two subordinates joined them. As per Qiao Xian's instructions, there were 3 duck ponds. One served as a free-range area, while the other 2 could be used for simultaneous rearing. Typically, the ducks were rotated every 10 days. During daylight hours, the ducks were allowed access to the ponds, while at night, they were kept elsewhere. Given the flowing water, this arrangement sufficed. Each pond occupied roughly 20 mu, with duck sheds erected nearby. Each pond housed 4,000 to 5,000 ducks. Although this setup was relatively spacious, the lack of medicinal interventions in ancient times necessitated a cautious approach. Additionally, the valley boasted numerous canals, measuring 1.5 to 1.6 meters in width, that crisscrossed the landscape. Once aquatic plants took root, these canals would serve as excellent environments for duck rearing. The duck farm was situated atop the land, encircled by a series of canals. These canals, resembling winding sutras, served as the initial conduits for the pond water. Eventually, the water would flow into an artificial canal, which in turn fed several interconnected ground reservoirs for irrigation. Subsequently, it would merge into a distant stream, ensuring it didn't affect the villa's drinking water. Currently, only one duck farm was operational, housing ducks at various stages of growth. Those raised over a month ago had shed their downy feathers and grown proper plumage. Approximately 600 ducks frolicked in the pond, their pudgy forms exuding vitality as they swam and vocalized. Anan, filled with excitement, pointed eagerly at the ducks, yearning to break free from her father's embrace and join them. Qiao gently pinched her cheek and chuckled, "You're quite adventurous, but you can't go into the water." Little Anan seemed completely unafraid, even mimicking the ducks' quacking sounds with delight. Enjoying their time by the pond, Qiao and Shao lingered a while longer, enchanted by the ducks' antics. With Anan by their side, the family of three reveled in the simple joy of the moment. Meanwhile, Yi and the others maintained a watchful vigil nearby. Suddenly, his brow furrowed, a sense of unease settling in his heart. In the bright sunlight, anything reflective was easily noticed. Just a moment ago, he inadvertently glanced toward the nearby hill and caught a glint of metal, a telltale reflection that set his senses on edge. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2003, Strange Light. Although it was only for a moment, Otto was sure that he could not have seen wrongly. In just an instant, it was enough to confirm something. Or rather, in just an instant he did not dare to take the risk. He secretly regretted it. This used to be a bandit nest. Why was he so assured? He should have brought a few more subordinates out. Thinking about how Lord and Madam had insisted on their privacy during yesterday's mushroom and wild vegetable picking excursion in the mountains, he couldn't shake off the sense of unease, breaking out in a cold sweat. Thankfully, yesterday passed without incident. But now, what was his course of action? He was clueless about the strength and numbers of potential adversaries. He couldn't even risk informing the two subordinates trailing behind him, fearing that any sign of tension might tip off the other party. The situation could turn dire. While the manor boasted many skilled subordinates, it was clear that help from afar might not arrive in time to avert disaster. I took a deep breath and made his way toward Shao. Yet, he couldn't keep this information from his lord. He needed to seek his lord's counsel. His lord's intellect surpassed his own. Surely, there was a solution. Observing I's approach, Shao handed Anan over to Qiao and stood up. As he drew near, Shao gestured for him to speak in hushed tones. "Lord, listen carefully without turning around. It appears there's an ambush on the eastern hill." Uncertain of their identity or motives, Shao Yunduan's eyes gleamed. In that moment, his thoughts mirrored Ice. I've been negligent. Considering this location's history as a former bandit stronghold, the presence of others might not raise eyebrows. But if he, the prefect lord notorious for wiping out 3 villages, were recognized, the situation could escalate. He should have brought reinforcements when venturing out. If indeed targeted, escape now seemed futile. With only Yi and the 2 others, facing a potentially larger assailant group would prove challenging. Except for the trio, the rest were mere civilians lacking combat prowess. Despite their anxiety, they could offer little assistance. Well, stall for time. I'll send Lixia, Kaiyun, and the others back to summon aid. Stay vigilant. Yi acknowledged. Shao Yunduan, disinclined to conceal facts, beckoned for Lixia's approach. Lixia, having accompanied them to Qingdi, possessed resilience. Unfazed by Shao Yunduan's directive, he nodded with a composed smile, departing with Kaiyun. A sigh of relief escaped Shao Yunduan. These two were dispensable, and had their exposure not been swift, their departure would have mattered little. However, if the adversary remained vigilant and resolute on detaining all present, escape might prove futile. When Shao Yunduan told Lixia to be careful. Unexpectedly, before Lixia and the others could take more than a few steps, 2 arrows whistled towards them. He swiftly intercepted, his sword deflecting the projectiles. Simultaneously, terror-stricken, Lixia and company instinctively pivoted to flee. How could they dare to advance? Yet, fleeing forward wasn't an option. They didn't even get the chance. 15 masked assailants clad in green materialized from the foliage, hurtling towards Shao Yunduan's trio. Lixia and Kaiyun shrieked, huddling around Qiao Xian. Even Song's countenance paled. Shao Yunduan clasped Anan tightly, shielding him from the unfolding chaos. He positioned Qiao Xian behind him, shielding her as well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2004. Assassin blew the bamboo whistle, its shrill tone echoing through the valley, piercing the clouds. Regret gnawed at Qiao Xian. Never did she anticipate an assassination attempt on her husband. Her lapse in vigilance was unforgivable. Had she been more vigilant, she would have detected the lurking assailants and dispatched them without hesitation. Yet all was not lost. Thanks to the vast expanse of the flat valley, Qiao Xian and her companions stood by the pond, a considerable distance from the hillside. Even if the attackers mounted a surprise assault, they couldn't materialize before them in an instant. This granted Qiao Xian an opportunity to retaliate. Restrained by the distance and dense foliage, Qiao Xian couldn't afford bold actions. She had to proceed cautiously. Consequently, Yi and the 2 guards, confronting a formidable foe, stood guard before their masters, refraining from initiating an attack. Helplessly, they witnessed as the 15 assailants, who had leaped forth, were swiftly impeded by the terrain, stumbling over grass and rocks in the blink of an eye. Screams pierced the air. Qiao Xian unleashed her full force without hesitation. She sent 6 assailants tumbling, intensifying her assault. The dense and resilient grass threatened to snap their ankles, while tiny thorns, ordinarily benign, transformed into vicious projectiles, piercing their flesh. Not only were Shao Yunduan and dumbfounded by the agonizing cries, but the 9 remaining attackers, too, faltered. They instinctively slowed their advance, casting bewildered glances at their fallen comrades. The leader's rebuke snapped them back to reality. With renewed focus, they disregarded their fallen allies, pressing forward with lethal intent. Qiao Xian lamented the swift approach of their assailants, realizing she had no choice but to relent, at least for the moment. If the situation escalated to a life-or-death crisis, she would have to cast aside all restraint, yet, for Yi and his companions, the reduced enemy count provided a glimmer of hope amidst the chaos. Standing by the pond, with its vast expanse behind them acting as a natural barrier, the trio only needed to fend off the frontal assault, ensuring Lord and Madam's safety. If they could endure for just 15 minutes at most, Sunbai from the villa would surely arrive with reinforcements. Aya's gaze swept over the 6 fallen foes, their struggles futile. Relief flooded his heart as he silently prayed, "May the heavens be on our side." The injuries inflicted upon those 6 individuals proved unexpectedly severe. Not only did they suffer a loss of more than a third of their fighting capability, but their morale also took a significant hit. Ai sensed a palpable stagnation in the killing intent emanating from the 9 assailants who charged forward. It no longer bore the ferocity of their initial onslaught. This shift in dynamics worked in his favor. As the 9 closed in, Ai's lips curled into a cold smile. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his sword, a glint of silver flashing as he surged ahead. Another guard followed suit, brandishing his own blade and joining the fray. Meanwhile, the remaining guards stood steadfast, positioned protectively before Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan, vigilant against any potential attacks. Ai showed no mercy, delivering a powerful kick that sent one of the assailants hurtling away. The unfortunate individual let out a blood-curdling scream as he crashed to the ground, his body convulsing in agony. Though this tactic effectively sapped the enemy's vitality, it also stoked their fury, bolstering their morale. It was evident that the assassin's aura surged once more, fueled by indignation and determination. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2005. Like water, the assassin's relentless onslaught targeted Shao Yunduan. Despite Yi and his brother's valiant efforts, they couldn't hold them off indefinitely. While the brothers could withstand the assault for a time, facing 8 assailants proved overwhelmingly challenging. Qiao Xian's expression darkened as she grasped Shao Yunduan's sleeve, her voice barely a whisper, "Husband, let's take refuge in the water." Seeking sanctuary in the pond would alleviate some of the pressure on Yi and the others. Furthermore, it would provide an opportunity for additional assistants to join the fray. Songshe, clutching a thick bamboo pole, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Lord. It's our best chance." "Then let's make our move." Shao Yunduan wasted no time, disregarding the pond's chill. They plunged into the water, navigating the depths with difficulty. Bracing himself at the rear, Songshe wielded the bamboo pole defensively, his complexion drained of color. Anan, initially protesting his father's embrace, continued to resist, delivering feeble punches. Yet, Shao Yunduan remained unmoved, his resolve unyielding. The little one's cries of frustration echoed in the air. Once submerged, Shao Yunduan released his hold, allowing Anan to perch on his shoulders, his gaze fixed on the watery expanse below. He gripped Anan firmly with one hand while securing the back of his head with the other, preventing him from turning. Yet, even this slight glimpse was enough to ignite the little one's excitement as she spotted ducks in the distance, giggling gleefully and exclaiming, "Duck!" Qiao Xian gazed at her son with a mixture of fondness and sorrow, her emotions teetering between laughter and tears. In this dire moment, only the innocence of this child could elicit a smile. Witnessing this tender moment, the guard who had shielded them sprang into action, sword drawn, engaging the assailants. Ai, honed by rigorous training under Sun Bai and Sun Qian and renowned for his valor during the eradication of mountain bandits, faced off against 3 assailants alone without faltering. Meanwhile, the other 2 guards struggled to contain the remaining 5 attackers, caught in a precarious position. Desperately, the 5 assailants pressed forward, determined to breach the defense line and reach the safety of the pond. With the trio's defenses wavering, anxiety surged within them, yearning for the reinforcements promised by Sun Bai and his cohorts. With a resounding splash, an assassin leaped into the water, followed by another. Cold dread gripped Yi and his comrades' hearts. Without hesitation, Yi wielded his long sword with lightning speed, driving back the trio with forceful strikes. With a swift leap, he plunged into the pond, creating a sizable splash. The 2 assailants who had entered the water earlier hadn't made much headway. The water's resistance and muck hindered their movement, diminishing their martial prowess significantly. Yi wasted no time, homing in on one of the submerged assailants and closing the distance with alarming speed. As he closed in, he swiftly drew his sword, driving it into the man's chest. A piercing scream echoed before the assailant succumbed to death, his body sinking into the crimson-stained water. However, I's momentum carried him further, and he too plummeted into the water with a resounding splash. Sensing the imminent threat, the remaining assailant attempted to strike, but his skills paled in comparison to Is, his attack missing its mark. On the shore, the assassins seethed with fury. Plop, plop. Like a synchronized motion, they leaped into the pond one after another. Witnessing this, the 2 guards exchanged a glance before leaping into the water without hesitation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2006. Resolution. The sudden commotion jolted the tranquil expanse of the pond, startling the ducks into a panicked frenzy. Observing the startled waterfowl, Shao Yunduan gestured for Songshi to approach with the bamboo pole, intending to further agitate them and drive them away. Meanwhile, Shao Yunduan and the others pressed on, navigating the water's depths with difficulty, heading towards the opposite bank. With a nod, Songshi hastened over, his movements unsteady. From a distance, he bellowed at the ducks, brandishing the bamboo pole to splash the water forcefully. The pond, spanning over 20 mu, roughly the size of a football field, provided ample space for housing thousands of ducks. Yet, despite its size, it wasn't boundless. In mere moments after Song's arrival, while he remained at a distance from the hundreds of ducks, the flock erupted into chaos. Led by one daring duck, they surged forward, propelled by the wind. Songshi grinned with satisfaction, continuing his efforts to drive them away. Driven by Song's actions, the ducks careened wildly towards Yi and his companions. The once placid water surface now churned with chaos. Qiao Xian wasted no time, harnessing her superpower to bolster the feeble water plants at the pond's bottom, transforming them into formidable obstacles. In swift succession, someone's leg became ensnared by the seaweed, causing him to stumble. Before he could regain his footing, a lethal strike found its mark, piercing his heart. Qiao Xian couldn't contain her excitement. Meanwhile, Yi and his comrades were equally invigorated. With only 6 adversaries remaining on the opposing side, the odds were stacked against them. In a 2-against-1 scenario, their advantage dwindled further. The remaining assailants, driven by desperation, launched frenzied assaults on Yi and his companions, their eyes nearly bloodshot with anxiety. Their focus shifted from pursuing Shao Yunduan and the others to combating the formidable trio. However, their efforts proved futile as they were thwarted at every turn. In a stroke of misfortune, each assailant found themselves ensnared by Qiao Xian's water plants, meeting their demise one by one. The murky water provided perfect concealment for Qiao Xian, her actions shrouded in secrecy. Unbeknownst to anyone, Yi and his companions reveled in their success, assuming the assassins were inept in water. As they dispatched their foes with gusto, they couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Landlubbers were landlubbers. What prowess could they possibly possess in the water? Regardless of their martial arts prowess, they were like fish out of water. In the end, the leader remained alive, albeit unconscious, as Yi subdued him when he attempted to flee. The 2 guards swiftly apprehended him. Shao Yunduan signaled to Yi. Though Shao Yunduan shared Yi's puzzlement regarding the assassin's aquatic struggle, he saw it as a stroke of luck. As Sun Bai and his men arrived on the scene, they witnessed Yi delivering the final blow to the leader. Their disbelief was palpable. How was this possible? As soon as they heard Yi's whistle, they immediately ran over and arrived in less than 15 minutes. They didn't expect the battle here to be over? Has he improved even more? Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan were escorted back to the manor by Sun Bai and Yi, leaving 6 guards behind to handle the aftermath. Once again nestled in his father's embrace, Anan began to squirm, clearly displeased. Dark. Uncomfortable. Don't. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2007. Escaped. As they returned to the villa, a collective sigh of relief swept through everyone present. After refreshing themselves with a shower and changing into dry clothes, they sat down to savor hot ginger tea. Despite their attempts to move past the harrowing ordeal, the lingering fear persisted. Anan, oblivious to the events, remained curious, yearning to glimpse the unfolding drama she had been shielded from. He longed to catch a glimpse of the ducks that had caused such commotion. As his parents leaped into the pond, Anan's delight bubbled over, his urge to dance and giggle irrepressible. Observing her daughter's innocence, Qiao Xian exchanged a glance with Shao Yunduan and sighed. I never anticipated that those mountain bandits would harbor such formidable adversaries. Shao Yunduan's gaze hardened, his agreement tacit. Indeed, it was unexpected. The intensity of their assailants' hatred was unmistakable, indicating a deep-rooted vendetta against Shao Yunduan, likely stemming from their ties to the mountain bandits. Despite their victory over the bandit threat and the apparent jubilation that followed, Shao Yunduan, Sun Bai, Sun Qian, and Zheng Sang knew better than to underestimate their enemies. They understood that not everyone would be eradicated in their conquest. Despite outward appearances of triumph and security, there lingered a sense of unease. However, Zheng Sang and his associates remained vigilant, conducting thorough investigations for an extended period. During this time, no one dared to let their guard down. Contrary to appearances, Meng Wanfei's men didn't truly depart. Instead, they dispersed covertly, collaborating with Zheng Sang's team to root out any remaining threats. Their efforts yielded results. Those discovered and evading capture met swift justice, either falling on the spot or being apprehended for hard labor. Only after exhausting all avenues and confirming the absence of any lingering threats did activity gradually cease. Eventually, Meng Wanfei's operatives departed, returning to deliver their findings. Although this didn't guarantee the complete eradication of all potential threats, any remaining individuals were either skilled in concealing their identities and had fled An's province, never to return, or were inconsequential figures. While once invisible within the bandit stronghold, after its destruction, they could only evade detection through careful concealment. Nonetheless, they lacked the capacity to exact revenge. That's why Shao Yunduan decided to relocate his wife and child to Liuhe Manor. Unexpectedly, trouble found them here. Thankfully, surviving such a perilous ordeal gave them reason to reflect later. Taking Qiao Xian's hands in his own, Shao Yunduan offered gentle reassurance. The assailants today were skilled fighters, but we've managed to catch most of them. I believe this is an isolated incident. There's no need to fear, my dear wife, no more threats will come. Any further breaches of security would be a failure on his part as the prefect lord. Shao Yunduan couldn't entertain the idea that Zheng Sang, Sun Bai, and Sun Qian were incompetent. He trusted them implicitly. In truth, he was taken aback by the day's events. Qiao Xian's smile faltered slightly as she confessed, I'm not afraid, but witnessing such violence firsthand has left me unsettled. Recalling the tense moments of the ordeal, she felt a shiver run down her spine. Shao Yunduan sensed her unease, his heart melting at the sight. His wife must have been deeply shaken by the events. He wondered if she would struggle with nightmares in the nights to come. He resolved to offer her comfort and companionship in the days ahead, particularly during the nights. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2008. It's actually him. Yes, luck was certainly on our side, Shao Yunduan remarked, feigning obliviousness to Qiao Xian's nervousness. With a playful tone, he added, It's no wonder my mother always said you were blessed. Qiao Xian chuckled. I beg to differ. Shao Yunduan joined in her laughter. Perhaps you're right. As they conversed, Sun Bai requested an audience, prompting Shao Yunduan to invite him in. Qiao Xian excused herself, mentioning she would check on their son. Though Shao Yunduan never kept secrets from his wife, and Sun Bai and their close confidants were aware of this, Qiao Xian preferred not to involve herself in certain matters. Indeed, Sun Bai's visit concerned the captured assassin. Upon learning the reason for Sun Bai's presence, Shao Yunduan felt a chill run down his spine. He followed Sun Bai to a secluded area of the villa, where the survivor, knocked unconscious by Yi, was held captive and being interrogated by Sun Bai himself. To everyone's astonishment, when the veil was removed from the masked assassin in green, they were shocked to find the third old master of the Mei family beneath. Sun Bai and the others, who had encountered the third old master Mei before, were taken aback by the revelation. Despite their efforts to interrogate him, the third old master Mei remained stoic and unyielding, offering no response to their inquiries. Eventually, he simply shut his eyes, refusing to engage further. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Sun Bai instructed his men to keep a vigilant watch over the captive while he hastened to report to Shao Yunduan. Equally surprised, Xiao Yunduan wasted no time. He immediately dispatched a Yi to inform Jia Hemming at the government office of the startling discovery. Xiao Yunduan instructed Jia Hemming to summon the Mei family's masters and stewards back to the government office for further investigation, particularly focusing on the two old masters of the Mei family. Instructing discretion, Xiao Yunduan emphasized the importance of maintaining a low profile and avoiding unnecessary attention. They should someone to enter the Mei family and place everyone in the Mei family under house arrest in a few large courtyards. Even a rough servant was not allowed to leave. I also knew that the assassin was Third Old Master Mei and knew that this was no small matter. He agreed and immediately set off. Fortunately, the road was now clear and easy to traverse. Yi rode Thunderbolt, swift as lightning, ensuring a speedy return to the city. Meanwhile, Xiao Yunduan and the others realized they wouldn't make it back in time and resigned themselves to spending another night at the villa. In a makeshift interrogation room, Third Old Master Mei sat bound to a chair, his disheveled appearance betraying the gravity of his situation. Despite the presence of visitors, he remained unresponsive, refusing to acknowledge their presence. Approaching him, Xiao Yunduan addressed him solemnly. "I never anticipated it would be you, Third Old Master Mei." However, Third Old Master Mei remained stoic, refusing to meet Xiao Yunduan's gaze or engage in conversation. Undeterred, Xiao Yunduan pressed on. "Are you affiliated with the Tiger Head tribe, Liuhe Fort, or the Min family tribe?" The question left Third Old Master Mei visibly startled. Sun Bai, too, was taken aback, his heart sinking at the implication. He wondered if Third Old Master Mei had been coerced by the mountain bandits, forcing him into an attack on his lord. Yet, Xiao Yunduan's unwavering certainty suggested otherwise. The revelation was jarring, leaving them all in shock. Third Old Master Mei's response was anticipated, but its implications weighed heavily. If he chose silence, did it imply acquiescence to Xiao Yunduan's suspicions? If so, what fate awaited the Mei family? With a derisive sneer, Third Old Master Mei finally lifted his head. "I have no idea what Lord Xiao is insinuating. Are you suggesting I'm a mountain bandit?" He scoffed. "Haha, is Lord Xiao out of his mind? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 2009. You know what to do. Xiao Yunduan's gaze bore into him, his eyes deep and penetrating. "There were aspects that eluded me before, but now they've become clear. Miss Liu, it seems old Master Zhuang has long been affiliated with your Mei family. Was it your plan for him to present the dancer to me, aiming to bind me to your cause?" Third Old Master Mei was startled, taken aback by the astuteness displayed by the young Lord Xiao. Of course, he couldn't admit to such manipulation. "Lord Xiao, you misunderstand. While it's true we seek to align ourselves with you, it's because of your evident talents at such a young age. Your future prospects are undoubtedly promising. For the Mei family, having you as an ally would be immensely advantageous. Is that so surprising?" Yet as he spoke, Third Old Master Mei felt a surge of indignation. Whether it was wielding power, conducting business, or amassing wealth, the ultimate goal was to indulge in life's pleasures. He refused to believe that officials were devoid of desires for wealth and indulgence. Despite the Mei family's attempts at extending goodwill, Lord Xiao had rebuffed them, even rejecting the advances of a beautiful woman offering herself as an ally. "Do not entertain the idea of a jealous woman within the family," Third Old Master Mei mused, dismissing it outright. How could jealousy exist in the world? It was simply a reflection of men's shortcomings. However, Lord Xiao was far from incompetent. If he were, how many individuals in this world could be considered competent? His rejection of the Mei family's offers left Third Old Master Mei feeling frustrated. It seemed Lord Xiao's refusal was resolute. The presence of such an enigmatic figure was infuriating. Realizing their attempts at extending goodwill and seeking protection were futile, the Mei family took a gamble. But they never anticipated failure at the final hurdle. Reflecting on this, Third Old Master Mei grappled with profound dissatisfaction. He couldn't comprehend how their carefully laid plans had been uncovered. Moreover, their defeat at the hands of just 3 opponents was a bitter pill to swallow. In his grief and indignation, Third Old Master May questioned whether good fortune truly existed in this world. It was too absurd. This was the first time he had been defeated in such a cowardly manner. Yet he couldn't express his frustration. Shao Yunduan cast a disdainful glance at him. Your words are mere sophistry. The May family holds significant sway in An's province, deeply embedded in its power structures. I haven't even touched the Fan family, let alone you, who have done no wrong. While you may extend friendship, you wouldn't resort to such desperate and unscrupulous measures unless under duress. A family capable of reaching the apex of its region wouldn't act impulsively. If that were the case, you wouldn't have attained your current stature. This is simply your conjecture. It's not unfounded speculation. You know whether it holds truth or not. And speaking of which, you're likely not from the Tiger Head tribe. Otherwise, you wouldn't have taken action today. The Tiger Head tribe had been the first to succumb to the authorities, suffering a devastating defeat. Considering the tribe's concern for its reputation, they wouldn't openly disclose the extent of their downfall. If Third Old Master May hailed from the Tiger Head tribe, he would be privy to the truth. Moreover, the May family's methods were vastly different from those of the tribal leaders, indicating differing motives. If they had harbored fear, they would have acted preemptively instead of awaiting the authorities' preparations. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2010. Interrogation. Third Old Master May was also a mountain bandit, so it was even more implausible for the other 2 members of the May family not to be aware of it. Such matters were not merely personal. With his identity, the May family would undoubtedly reap significant benefits over the years. Shao Yunduan pressed on. Now, only the Min family tribe and Liuhe Fort remain. It must be Liuhe Fort, correct? All the leaders of the Min family tribe bear the surname Min, and I doubt you're the type to change your surname. It seems apparent. Shao Yunduan noted the shock and panic in Third Old Master May's eyes, rendering a response unnecessary. Suppressing the turmoil in his heart, Third Old Master May retorted, Lord Shao, if you wish to accuse me, do so directly. Are you attempting to condemn me with such a ludicrous accusation? Shao Yunduan retorted, you've orchestrated assassinations of court officials. Your fate is sealed. Do you believe the May family will remain unscathed? Do you believe it'll spare the May family? You! Third Old Master May exclaimed. Since you dared to act, you must bear the consequences, Shao Yunduan declared. A chill swept through Third Old Master May. While he anticipated such an outcome, he refused to acknowledge it. He had always harbored confidence in his success, never considering the repercussions of failure. In that moment, Shao Yunduan laid bare the ramifications of his failure, delivering a devastating blow. Third Old Master May insisted in a hoarse voice, I'll bear the consequences of my actions alone. I acted independently, with no involvement from anyone else. The Fan family has learned their lesson, and the May family acted in self-defense. I couldn't bear to see the legacy of my ancestors suffer harm, so I acted impulsively. Whatever crime it may be, I accept it. But Lord Shao cannot implicate others. This has nothing to do with my elder brother and second brother. I am not a mountain bandit. What are you blabbering about? It's too late, Shao Yunduan sneered. No one from the May family will escape. Your words hold no significance. Speak all you want. Those who accompanied you today are all dead, but someone will recognize them. By following the clues, we'll uncover what I seek. And as for your May family, I refuse to believe we won't find anything of use. Third Old Master May was struck by shock like a bolt from the blue. You! He glared furiously at Shao Yunduan, struggling against his restraints. He gritted his teeth, longing to leap at him and tear into his flesh. Shao, you're wicked and ruthless. I want rest until I've repaid you, even in the afterlife. I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Sun Bai stepped forward, delivering a harsh kick to his lower abdomen. Behave yourself, he scolded coldly. Or face the consequences. Third Old Master Mei glared at Xiao Yunduan with bloodshot eyes. Unmoved, Xiao Yunduan replied calmly, "You're no match for me in life, so what threat do you pose as a ghost? Sun Bai, silence him and ensure he's watched closely. Well, return to the city tomorrow." "Yes, Lord." After the harrowing ordeal, both Xiao Yunduan and Qiao Xian were no longer in a playful mood. In fact, as they spent the night in the wilderness, Sun Bai and the others were fraught with nervousness, fearing another untoward incident under cover of darkness. Despite their vigilance, they were still vulnerable in the depths of the mountains. Unexpectedly, in the dead of night, Yi returned with 26 guards. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2011. Shocking the city. Sun Bai and the others were initially shocked, fearing another attack from the Mei family. However, their apprehension turned to relief and joy upon realizing that Yi had returned with reinforcements. At dawn the next morning, Xiao Yunduan and Qiao Xian departed for the city. There was no time to visit the manor in the mountains. They would have to postpone it for another occasion. As they journeyed, they passed countless fruit trees dotting the mountainside, each brimming with vitality and bearing ripe fruit. Qiao Xian had hoped to explore further, but circumstances dictated otherwise. The guards at the gates of An City had been reinforced, with increased patrols throughout the city. Despite Xiao Yunduan's instructions to maintain a low profile, the magnitude of the recent events prompted a heightened response from the authorities. It was inevitable that such a significant occurrence would quickly spread throughout the city. By the time Xiao Yunduan and Qiao Xian returned, news of the incident had already swept across An City. Shock rippled through the city. Some individuals had already harbored suspicions, and now their hunches seemed validated. Masters, key stewards, and elderly servants of the Mei family found themselves arrested and confined within the city's prison. All household staff were meticulously accounted for and detained according to their rank and gender. Stewards and maids of higher status bound and gagged them to prevent collusion. The Mei family's estate was sealed shut, with strict restrictions on entry and exit. Their shops shuttered, with shopkeepers, accountants, and servers all escorted back to the family residence and incarcerated separately. Manor managers associated with the Mei family faced a similar fate. Though close relatives and friends of the Mei family were not detained, they were discreetly surveilled. Before Xiao Yunduan's return to the city, Jia Hemming had efficiently organized everything in an orderly manner. Upon his arrival, Xiao Yunduan wasted no time, ordering his men to investigate the identity and backgrounds of the assassins. He then tasked Jia Hemming and Sun Bai with conducting a thorough search of the Mei family's premises. Rest was out of the question. Xiao Yunduan immediately proceeded to interrogate Old Master Mei. Like Third Old Master Mei, First Old Master Mei staunchly denied any involvement. Second Old Master Mei followed suit during his interrogation. All three were seasoned individuals who understood the gravity of the situation. They knew that without concrete evidence from the authorities, admitting to such a serious crime was out of the question. Their regrets only intensified. If they had foreseen the consequences, they never would have allowed Third Brother to take such a risk. Since the bandits' extermination, he had anticipated that Lord Shao would eventually lower his guard, presenting an opportunity for a surprise attack. He estimated an 80% chance of success. As a pragmatic businessman, he naturally gravitated towards endeavors with high probabilities of success. Moreover, he felt compelled to act. Without intervention, the specter of danger would forever loom over the Mei family, keeping them in a perpetual state of fear and uncertainty. With nerves on edge, they reached a unanimous decision to proceed with the plan. However, the outcome was a devastating loss. Regret now seemed futile. Jia Hemming and Sun Bai's thoroughness and expertise yielded valuable findings in the Mei family's secret chamber. In just 5 days, the identities of 2 of the assassins who had died had been verified. They were the leaders of Liuhe Fort. The evidence was conclusive, and the Mei family was annihilated overnight. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2012. The Fall of the Mei Family. At this juncture, only one of the three prominent clans remained in An's prefecture city. The Bai family and Wen family, now aligned with Shao Yunduan, began to assert their presence. Historically, the Hua family, the sole remaining clan of the three, maintained a low profile, appearing weak and uncompetitive. They shunned ostentation, preferring a tranquil existence. Their family members were known for their amiable demeanor. Many sighed in disbelief. Who would have imagined that the once understated Hua family would emerge triumphant? They now stood as the most illustrious among the three. It became evident that maintaining a low profile was the path to true success. With the fall of the Mei family, the local power dynamics in An's prefecture city underwent a significant shift. All assets under the Mei family's ownership were redistributed. To everyone's surprise, the prefect's wife declined any claims this time. Qiao Xian deemed it unnecessary. With Liuhe Manor's expansive holdings, absorbing too many additional properties would prove burdensome. In the future, when she had the time, expanding her holdings wouldn't pose a challenge. Exploration was well within her capabilities. Furthermore, with the vast expanse of land at Liuhe Manor, it was more than sufficient for dealing with the hidden valley in Meili Town they had previously discovered. Shortly after Qiao Xian and Anan returned to their hometown, Shao Yunduan arranged for the construction of the hot spring villa. Utilizing local materials to construct a wooden house and utilizing natural water sources to create hot spring pools didn't require intricate designs. Everything was kept simple and straightforward, making the process relatively easy. I proposed the idea of establishing a pasture and raising cattle, sheep, and horses. While acquiring cattle and sheep was straightforward, obtaining horses posed a challenge. However, since wild horses roamed the area, arrangements could be made to capture and domesticate them. Shao Yunduan found the idea intriguing but decided to discuss it with Qiao Xian first before making any commitments. Qiao Xian and her son had only returned home a few days prior, but upon hearing Shao Yunduan's proposal, she readily lent her support. She believed that even if they couldn't capture the entire herd of wild horses, they could still manage to secure a significant portion alive. With her presence, success was assured. Accessing that area for leisure was effortless for her, and her presence would deflect any suspicions. The vastness of the land made establishing a ranch a lucrative venture. Qiao Xian had little interest in involving herself in the Mei family's affairs. Her reluctance to participate meant the other family clans in An's city faced no opposition. Following a round of competition and behind-the-scenes negotiations, they swiftly divided up the Mei family's assets, tacitly excluding the Fan clan and the Lu clan from the proceedings. Needless to say, Lord Shao harbored no desire to witness the further development of the Fan family. Moreover, the third daughter of the Lu family had incurred Lord Shao's wrath, ensuring they wouldn't be allowed to capitalize on the situation. These two families seemed oblivious to their standing. While Lord Shao had shown magnanimity in letting them off, it didn't imply a willingness to tolerate their resurgence. During such tumultuous times, shouldn't those with sense remain low-key and lead a discreet existence? The Lu family, in particular, trembled in fear at the collapse of the Mei family, dreading the possibility of being implicated themselves. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2013. Cheap. If Shao Yunduan were inclined to seek financial gain, he could have easily resorted to extortion, exploiting the Mei family through exorbitant demands or outright robbery. Yet, Shao Yunduan wasn't cut from that cloth. He understood well the clandestine nature of the Mei family's operations, recognizing the third old master's past as a mountain bandit, a closely guarded secret within the family. This knowledge was closely guarded. Even the Mei family's closest associates remained unaware. Consequently, Shao Yunduan maintained a distance from any affiliations tied to the Mei family. Despite some feeling remorseful and attempting to assuage their guilt through clandestine gifts to his office, Shao Yunduan rebuffed such attempts. Among the gift givers were the Lu family, though Shao Yunduan declined their offerings. He discerned the Lu family's innocence in the affair, causing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Observing the Mei family's business heading for auction, the Lu family saw an opportunity to engage without fear of reprisal. In accordance with tradition, the properties up for auction were notably affordable, making them an enticing investment opportunity. Who wouldn't seek to capitalize on such advantageous circumstances? However, to their dismay, they found themselves shunned by other influential family clans, receiving no semblance of respect. The Lu family seethed with anger and resentment. In the past, when the Mei family held sway, no one in An's province would have dared to treat them with such disdain. The Lu family felt the sting of insult added to injury, finding the behavior of others truly despicable. As the Mei family's kin by marriage, they felt entitled to assume control of the family's affairs. Why were they summarily excluded? Their indignation simmered, and they contemplated lodging a complaint with Lord Shao at the state government office. Yet, fear held them back from taking such bold action. Thus, the Lu family harbored deep regret. If only their daughter had chosen to align herself with Lord Shao earlier, they lamented, no one would dare to slight the Lu family in this manner. The Lu family found themselves teetering on the edge of temptation, eager to act but restrained by apprehension. Similarly, the Fan clan felt the pull of opportunity but faced the bitter taste of rejection. Their frustration mirrored that of the Lu family. However, unlike the Lu family's emotional investment, the Fan family had approached the situation with measured expectations. Their disappointment, therefore, was tempered by foresight, unlike the Lu family's raw indignation. Fan Rian couldn't resist stoking the flames of resentment in front of old lady Fan. Imagine if Ruerue were to marry Lord Shao. Suddenly, those who spurned us would scramble to win our favor. They wouldn't dare to turn up their noses or act superior. I never imagined the Mei family harbored such secrets. Lord Shao, your escape must have been harrowing. They nearly succeeded in their nefarious plans. It truly speaks to your good fortune. As they say, surviving disaster brings blessings. One can only wonder what lies ahead for Lord Shao. Mother, if Ruerue were to align with him, it could only benefit our family. Mother, wouldn't you like to see our Fan clan restored to its former glory? Old Lady Fan had long been plagued by frustration, disappointment, and simmering anger over the downfall of the Fan family. She rarely ventured outside now, fearing the scorn and mockery of old adversaries. The mere thought of such humiliation was enough to incense her to the core. Driven by this deep-seated fear and desire for vindication, old Lady Fan harbored a fervent longing for the resurgence of the Fan family. With advancing age, she recognized the fleeting nature of time. If the family's fortunes didn't reverse soon, she feared she might never witness their restoration. To her, it was a matter of dying with unfulfilled grievances. As Fan Rian continued to speak, old Lady Fan found herself wavering. Surviving calamity often brings about newfound blessings. Lord Shao truly seemed to possess an extraordinary fortune. Happiness seemed to follow in his wake. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2014. The most easy way is of a marriage alliance for the Fan family to reclaim its former status. Relying on conventional methods of gradual progression seemed utterly futile. The entrenched opposition from other influential families rendered such a path practically impassable. With limited market opportunities and resources, the Fan clan found themselves precariously positioned, vulnerable to exploitation without a solid foundation. Who among their competitors would willingly allow the Fan clan to rise again? Moreover, the pace of conventional methods felt agonizingly slow. Old Lady Fan fretted that she might not live to witness the family's revival. Given these constraints, the only viable option seemed to be taking a shortcut. And what better shortcut than through a strategic marriage alliance? Old Lady Fan cast a reproachful glance at her daughter, unable to contain her frustration. Your impulsiveness has complicated matters. If only you had consulted me beforehand, we might have had a chance. Now, with by Rueruis impending ridicule looming, mother and daughter found themselves united in their predicament. Lord Shao's public rebuke had further cemented their unfavorable impression of him. Changing their stance would prove challenging, to say the least. Mom, they say sincerity can soften even the hardest of hearts. Lord Shao may seem stern, but who doesn't know his virtues? Ruerue holds him in the highest regard, her admiration unwavering. Surely, he must be moved by such genuine admiration? Fan Ruyan's eyes gleamed with hope as her mother began to entertain the idea. She spoke with fervor, fueled by her conviction. Old Lady Fan regarded her daughter with a mixture of bemusement and concern. What had spurred this sudden enthusiasm? While she recognized the potential benefits for the Fan family's future, she couldn't help but wonder if Fan Ruyan's eagerness was excessive. Nevertheless, for the sake of the family's revival, perhaps a gamble was warranted. Yet, she couldn't shake off her reservations about her daughter's fervor. Old Lady Fan's expression turned stern as she admonished, "Enough with your impulsiveness. I don't understand what's gotten into you both. Your antics have already made us the talk of the town. Let the dust settle. Ruerue is only 15, there's no rush." Fan Ruyan said sheepishly, "I was just thinking that since Madame Shao isn't here and Lord Shao doesn't have any concubines to serve him, this is a good opportunity." Who knows, Old Lady Fan sneered. Lord Shao doesn't have any concubines on the surface, but all the maids in the room are at his command. How naive. Do you really think that he has no one to serve him? He just doesn't tell anyone. Fan Ruyan had never thought that this would happen. She was stunned. That can't be, right? If so, why didn't Lord Shao tell us? It's not like it's a secret, Old Lady Fan remarked knowingly. There's not a cat in this world that doesn't eat fish. With a pointed glance at Fan Ruyan, she seemed to convey, "You still have much to learn. Lord Shao is a capable man. How could he not be aware? As for his silence, who's to say? Perhaps he deems it unnecessary, or maybe he's simply too indifferent to bother, or he might even be cultivating a reputation for his devout silence." Fan Ruyan hesitated, considering the possibilities. She leaned towards the first reason, unable to fathom a man striving for a reputation based on silence. What kind of reputation was that, indeed? Fan Ruyan couldn't contain her curiosity and pressed Old Lady Fan for answers, impatient for progress. But what could Old Lady Fan do? Though she cherished her daughter, Old Lady Fan found herself increasingly vexed by her persistence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2015, Truly Worthy in the End, Old Lady Fan impatiently scolded her daughter, insisting she compose herself. It was uncertain when, but at least a year or two would be required. They couldn't dwell on it incessantly. By Rueru's youth and indulgence likely contributed to Lord Shao's unfavorable opinion of her. With time on her hands, Fan Ruyan should focus on acquiring valuable skills. That should be her priority. Fan Ruyan couldn't argue with this logic. After some consideration, she resigned herself to wait for a year and a half, no longer feeling the need to rush. During the Dragon Boat Festival, An City bustled with the excitement of the Grand Dragon Boat Race, drawing both Shao Yunduan and Qiao Xian into the festivities. It was a vibrant affair. With the successful conclusion of this lively event, the tensions among the prominent families in An's province eased considerably, particularly those with ties to the Mei family. At last, they could breathe a collective sigh of relief. Since then, An's province flourished. Families, merchants, and landowners alike enthusiastically complied with the prefect's directives. The province's economy thrived with each passing day, leading to an improvement in the citizens' quality of life. Qiao Xian, as the prefect's wife, found herself basking in newfound prestige. Wherever she went, she was met with respectful flattery. In private, she shared a jest with Shao Yunduan, remarking on the pleasures of being an official spouse. It was a sensation she found strangely addictive. Shao Yunduan chuckled, encouraging her to indulge in whatever brought her joy. Qiao Xian was delighted by his support. However, she remained level-headed. She had no interest in abusing her power. Instead, she preferred to oversee industry and relish the tranquil life of raising children in the countryside. Hunting, in her opinion, was the epitome of relaxation. Qiao Xian found herself deeply satisfied with the man's demeanor. Following the Dragon Boat Festival, Qiao Xian took charge of arranging Lixia and Song's marriage. For Lixia's dowry, Qiao Xian spared no expense. It included a lavish assortment of items, 40 sets of clothing for all seasons, 20 sets of fine silks, and 20 sets of exquisite gold and silver jewelry. Among these treasures was a set of gold jewelry adorned with gems and pearls, 2 pairs of jade bracelets, a pair of heirloom bottles symbolizing prosperity, and a complete set of mahogany furniture, comprising a canopy bed, wardrobe, dressing table, chest of drawers, and standing screen. And that was merely the tip of the iceberg. Numerous smaller items and a substantial sum of 1,000 taels of silver rounded out the impressive dowry. Throughout the years, Lixia had received numerous gifts of money, silver, and various other treasures, all totaling at least 1,000 taels of silver. As for Songshi, he naturally presented Lixia with a generous betrothal gift. Having grown up alongside Lixia, their fondness for each other had blossomed over the years. Perhaps it was due to Lixia's close relationship with Qiao Xian, but regardless, Song's affection for her was genuine. In order to preserve Lixia's dignity, he spared no expense in his offerings. Apart from a few token items like wine, snacks, and candied plums, Qiao Xian held nothing back, ensuring that every gift was bestowed upon Lixia with love and care. Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan possessed a plethora of properties in An's province. Even if Shao Yunduan didn't hold an official position there, someone would still need to manage these estates. Songshi might even visit occasionally. Thus, they decided to acquire a house in An's province. The property wasn't extravagant, occupying less than 2 mu of land. It comprised a dozen or so well-built houses, with a spacious backyard that could easily be transformed into a charming garden. What made this residence truly remarkable was its proximity to the state government office, providing unparalleled convenience for Shao Yunduan and Lixia to commute between their home and work. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2016. Lixia gets married. Given their busy schedules, Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan enlisted the help of a maid and a valet to manage household tasks. Additionally, they hired a kitchen maid to tend to cooking and laundry duties. In the latter part of the previous year, Songshi had diligently overseen the renovation of their new home, ensuring it was ready for Lixia's wedding. The festivities surrounding Lixia's nuptials were joyous and spirited, drawing envy from both the staff within the state office and residents of An's prefecture city. The abundance of dowry items far surpassed anything seen in even the wealthiest households. The wives of the state office clerks couldn't help but feel envious and resentful. They knew that when their own daughters married in the future, they wouldn't hold a candle to Lixia, a mere maid. The prefect's wife had been exceedingly generous. As Lixia bid farewell to the pavilion, tears welled in her eyes as she bowed deeply to Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. Back when she was purchased from the human broker by her master, Lixia had only dared to hope for an existence free from beatings and scoldings. Who could have imagined that such a day would dawn upon her? Following her marriage, Lixia assumed the role of Qiao Xian's wife while still managing household affairs. Qiao Xian also broached the topic with Mian and Yi, expressing her desire to arrange weddings for them as well. However, Mian expressed a reluctance to marry just yet, preferring to continue working for a few more years. Qiao Xian respected her wishes and conceded with a smile, assuring her that she could marry whenever she felt ready. Despite their unmarried status, it was widely acknowledged that Mian and Yi were a couple. Yi, being straightforward, didn't seem bothered by the delay. He would likely wait patiently, even if it meant another 10 years. As for Qiao, although he showed no inclination towards marriage, his age indicated that he could only remain unmarried for another 2 years at most. Meanwhile, despite the gradual accumulation of experience by Kaihua, Kaiyue, and others, the household still faced a shortage of manpower. Continuing her efforts to bolster the household, Qiao Xian purchased 3 12-year-old girls named Xiaoman, Dongji, and Xiaoxue. Following Lixia's marriage, not only Qiao but also Kaiyun and Kaiyue suddenly found themselves inundated with suitors. Xiao Xian couldn't help but feel torn between laughter and tears at the sudden surge of attention. Yet, such reactions were only natural. Even families of moderate wealth might not offer the same lavish dowry as Lixia's. It was inevitable that many would be tempted. Beyond the dowry, the savings and possessions accumulated over time were not insignificant either. Xiao Xian found herself cautioning Qiao and the other girls not to be swayed by sweet words from men. Marriage was on the horizon for them, and they deserved substantial dowries just like Lixia. Qiao had followed Xiao Xian through thick and thin, and even Kaiyun and Kaiyue had amassed considerable dowries. Given these circumstances, it was difficult to discern whether suitors were drawn to the individuals themselves or their wealth. At the very least, the girls needed to carefully assess each suitor, considering not only their intentions but also the dynamics within the suitor's family. Compatibility with potential in-laws was just as crucial as the character of the suitor. At the very least, a suitor shouldn't be a troublemaker, right? Xiao Xian cautioned Qiao and the others against being swayed into marriage hastily. Regretting such a decision later on would be too late. Her words resonated with Qiao and the others, who immediately regained their clarity of mind. In mid-June, Lu Changming and Song Guangyao sent word that the results of the spring quarter examinations were in. Lord Shao's cousin, Shao Lulang, had achieved the status of an intermediate advanced scholar. Having received the 8th grade doctorate in 5 sutras from the Hanlin Academy, he was now considered to have established himself in the capital. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2017. Not lucky. Lord Shao, renowned for his expertise in the 5 sutras, deliberately maintained a low profile, never alluding to his connection with Shao Yunduan. Few were aware that he was Shao Yunduan's cousin. He made no mention of his hometown, Shouting Village in Yuzhong Heshan County, opting instead to reference Yuzhong alone. It appeared he wished to sever all ties with Shao Yunduan. Furthermore, it seemed he was cultivating closer ties with the 4th Prince's circle. Had it not been for the letter from Lu Changming and Song Guangyao, Shao Yunduan might have dismissed it all as a jest. While Shao Yunduan had cautioned Zhao Shu against prying too deeply in the capital, it didn't mean he was indifferent to its affairs. Zhao Shu, despite his wealth, was not adept at scheming. His conspicuous activity in the capital could draw unwanted attention and trouble. Before departing, Shao Yunduan had instructed Lu Changming and others to keep a watchful eye on certain individuals, urging vigilance and caution. He emphasized the importance of maintaining a distance from potentially risky alliances. The news of Shao Lulang's intermediate status left Shao Yunduan incredulous. "It's hard to believe," he remarked, not out of disdain for Shao Lulang, but out of a keen understanding of his cousin's capabilities. Shao Lulang had barely scraped through as the last among the recommended candidates. If he were to attempt the exam again, it was doubtful he'd even secure an intermediate status, let alone achieve the rank of advanced scholar. Shao Yunduan knew this all too well. It seemed implausible that Shao Lulang had attained such a prestigious title based solely on his abilities. When Lu Changming and the others mentioned Shao Lulang's proximity to the 4th Prince, Shao Yunduan's suspicions were confirmed. So, that was the crux of the matter. It was likely that the 4th Prince had orchestrated Shao Lulang's elevation to advanced scholar, not out of genuine recognition of his talents, but as a calculated move to exert control over him. Shao Yunduan couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. It appeared his cousin had unwittingly become a pawn in a much larger game. The uncertainty of the future necessitated preparedness. To the 4th Prince, Shao Lulang was merely an advanced scholar, a pawn easily manipulated. His placement in the capital could serve the prince's agenda in unforeseen ways. Shao Yunduan couldn't shake off his disgust. He hastily instructed Lu Changming and the others to closely monitor Shao Ling. If he acted recklessly, they were authorized to intervene and teach him a lesson to curb his audacity. Despite his reservations, Shao Yunduan couldn't remove Shao Lulang from his position in the intermediate school or at Hanlin Academy. It came as no surprise to Shao Yunduan that Shao Lulang hadn't mentioned him. He likely feared being implicated in any misdeeds. Qiao Xian shared Shao Yunduan's astonishment. She hadn't anticipated her husband's misjudgment. When word of this reaches third uncle and third aunt-in-law, they'll be insufferably smug, remarked Shao Yunduan with a sneer. Indeed, he continued sarcastically, look at their accomplished son, flourishing in the capital. He's surpassed me by leaps and bounds. Qiao Xian chuckled in agreement. Let them revel in their pride for now. It'll be satisfying to see them fall from their pedestal in a few years. Shao Yunduan's expression hardened. Indeed, that's unlikely. Qiao Xian's smile widened. Then let's watch and wait. Instruct Lu Changming and the others to keep a close watch on him and prevent any missteps. Shao Yunduan nodded. Agreed. Let's observe from a distance. It was likely that the fourth prince had taken Shao Lulang under his wing in the capital. As long as he remained there, the prince could assign him a minor role and keep him under his thumb. If needed, he could be utilized in the future. And if not, the prince wouldn't incur any losses. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2018, Green Smoke from the Ancestral Grave. In such circumstances, Shao Lulang seemed inconsequential. While living in the capital held some significance, making a name for himself appeared unattainable. Yet, Shao Yunduan found himself unexpectedly longing for him, despite their time apart. Word swiftly spread to the village that Shao Lulang had ascended to the rank of advanced scholar and secured a position at the prestigious Hanlin Academy. With the finesse of the spring and autumn brush, he penned a letter bearing auspicious tidings. Of course, he omitted his own achievement as an advanced scholar. Such humility was customary. To the villagers, the distinction of an advanced scholar might have been unfamiliar, but the stature of scholars was widely known. He couldn't risk losing face. In his missive, he merely conveyed his success in the advanced scholar examination and his commendation by esteemed figures, leading to his tenure at the Imperial Forest Academy in the capital. He casually remarked on the exclusivity of Hanlin Academy, where only a select few, numbering no more than 20, were admitted each spring examination, all of them notably exceptional. Initially intending to return to his hometown to honor his ancestors, he explained that his duties at the apex demanded his undivided attention, leaving no room for a homecoming. Official matters, after all, took precedence. Shouting village erupted into excitement once more. The Shao family is truly blessed. Yes, their luck knows no bounds. Who would have thought Shao Lulang would rise to the ranks of an advanced scholar? And to stay in the capital as an official, esteemed by both leaders and nobles. His future is boundless, surpassing even Mr. Primus. Indeed, once he's an official, the comparisons will shift. Many advanced scholars have brighter prospects than Primus. Third uncle and Ms. Ma are already dreaming of a prosperous future. Comparisons can be infuriating indeed. Meanwhile, third uncle and Ms. Ma practically floated with pride, their happiness palpable. They practically skipped along, grinning from ear to ear. They were extremely ostentatious in the village and kept saying, I always knew our Lulang would make us proud. He's truly a success now, huh? Our Lulang has had wits since he was a child. Even back in the academy, Master often sung his praises. That's no exaggeration. It's a shame really. I miss our Lulang dearly. If only he could come back. But with the nobles and higher-ups valuing him so much, they're keeping him for something big. So, business takes precedence. This time around, they were more cunning. They extolled their own virtues without dragging Shao Yunduan into it. Yet, their haughty demeanor spoke volumes. They had no desire to compete with the main branch of the family or Shao Yunduan. After all, Shao Yunduan couldn't hold a candle to them. Who else had they heard of being esteemed by the leader? When Tao Tao married Zhao Shu, they weren't as envious or resentful. Their son was already a high-ranking official in the capital, with a far brighter future than Shao Yunduan's. They had no need to worry about Xiaoda's family. Xiaoji was marrying into an official's household. Being an official's wife wouldn't be easy. Thankfully, They hadn't let go of Xiaoda's family affairs in the past. And they couldn't afford to do so now. They needed to swiftly dispatch a letter to Lulang. Finding a suitable family for Xiaoji in the capital was paramount. The second section of the family of the Shao family was so annoyed. Ms. Niu and second Unruly kept scolding their son and daughter-in-law, but they did not like them at all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2019, Ms. Fang disregarded this. Niu and second uncle berated their two sons as useless for not attending school. They pointed fingers at the main branch of the family, accusing them of favoritism. Why didn't Shao Lulang ensure his own sons received an education like he did? If he had, our boys might be esteemed scholars by now. Shao Erlang and Shao Xilang felt utterly demoralized. What had they done to deserve constant scolding and trouble? But studying wasn't something they excelled at, no matter how much envy they harbored. After finishing their tirade against their sons and daughters-in-law, Ms. Niu and second uncle turned their attention to Xianwen, pressuring him to work harder. Their sons were beyond redemption. They would have to pin their hopes on their grandchildren now. But how could Xianwen endure such suffering? His protests echoed through the courtyard. Life in the second branch of the family's household was filled with the sounds of children being reprimanded and punished daily. Despite Shao Lulang's absence for ancestral rites, third uncle and Ms. Ma decided to host a lavish banquet to celebrate. However, this posed a slight dilemma. When Shao Lulang first arrived in the capital, he essentially depleted their household funds to ease his transition. While their family still lived comfortably, their coffers were noticeably lighter. Hosting a lavish banquet seemed out of reach. Unperturbed by formality, they approached the main branch of the family with a sense of righteousness. After all, Lulang was also a nephew of the main branch. His success would undoubtedly benefit them too. And Lulang's prospects far outshone those of Shao Yunduan. They planned to seek Yunduan out, relying on Lulang to provide for them. Given the main branch's ample resources, it was only natural for them to foot the bill for the celebration. Ms. Fang felt no envy as she observed the couple's jubilant antics around the village. She found it rather amusing. Instead, she used them as a cautionary tale for her own children and their spouses. Never become so arrogant as to forget your roots. Shao Lulang wouldn't get far in his career with parents like that. They couldn't be a burden to Shao Yunduan, but Ms. Fang wasn't about to let them off the hook so easily, especially when they had such a grand scheme in mind. As the elder aunt and uncle of Shao Lulang, it was expected that Ms. Fang and eldest uncle would offer him financial support as a gift. By rural standards, presenting him with 3 taels of silver would be considered quite substantial. With a gleeful demeanor, Ms. Fang generously offered 50 taels of silver to the affluent family. No matter where the money came from, she knew she would be praised for her generosity. Though the third branch may have desired more, they couldn't press further. Money didn't just materialize out of thin air from the main branch. As for whether Shao Yunduan would require Shao Lulang's assistance in the future, Ms. Fang couldn't care less about that. The future would sort itself out in due time. When the day arrived, the main branch would naturally seek assistance if needed. Until then, there was no cause for concern. These words were intended to silence the third branch. Ms. Fang had never considered Shao Lulang a dependable individual. Growing impatient, she instructed them to seek assistance from the second section of the family. Isn't the second section of the family benefiting as well? Ms. Ma pointed out, her tone laced with frustration. Honestly, they don't have any officials in their family and need your protection even more. You should go to their family and ask for money. This suggestion infuriated Ms. Niu and third uncle. Ms. Niu's anger was palpable as she shot a piercing glare at Ms. Ma, causing the latter to falter in her attempt to boast. Before Ms. Ma could utter another word, she was abruptly cut off by Ms. Niu. It would suffice if the second branch of the family offered a modest gift, Ms. Niu retorted sharply. Why would they be expected to provide funds for a banquet? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2020, anyone would get tired of it since the second branch of the family wasn't forthcoming with assistance, and Ms. Fang wasn't cooperating. Ms. Ma and third uncle begrudgingly accepted the 50 taels from Ms. Fang and added another 10 taels to fund the banquet. Hosting a banquet for 60 taels of silver was already quite a feat for country folk. Yet, Ms. Ma and third uncle couldn't shake off their disappointment, knowing it paled in comparison to the grandeur of Shao Yunduan's hometown banquet. All they could do now was wait. When Lu Lang returned in the future, they vowed to make it up to him. No matter how festive, every celebration had its end. The banquet of the third branch came and went, and well-wishes abounded. Gradually, people returned to their own lives, paying less attention to the matter. But not Ms. Ma and third uncle. The couple appeared intoxicated with joy, parading around with their heads held high, eagerly awaiting flattery and praise. Initially, others indulged them, offering compliments out of courtesy. They feigned envy and admiration, playing along with their charade. But such flattery grew tiresome over time. Eventually, even the most patient souls would tire of it. However, Shao Lilang's high-ranking status in the capital's hierarchy made him untouchable, dissuading anyone from offending him easily. Consequently, when others spotted Ms. Ma and third uncle from a distance, they conveniently averted their gaze, lowered their heads, and hastened away. Noticing the avoidance, Ms. Ma and third uncle grew increasingly irked, venting their frustrations in private. Their most common refrain was the wait-and-see series. They vowed that when Lu Lang returned, none of these people would dare to approach him if he had the power. And if they had the means, they wouldn't need to rely on their family's support in the future. Meanwhile, at the main branch of the family, Shao Yunduan dispatched someone to fetch Ms. Fang and eldest uncle for a brief visit at the end of June. Ecstatic, Ms. Fang and eldest uncle couldn't contain their joy. Of course, they would eagerly accept the invitation to their son's abode. The entire family accompanied them, leaving only a caretaker and Chunyu behind to tend to the household. Before departing, Ms. Fang instructed the land officer to look after their affairs and reminded the housekeeper to defer to the main branch's authority, ensuring no decisions were made without their consent. If anyone dared to stir up trouble, they would seek justice from the land officer, a clear indication of their vigilance against the third branch of the family. It was evident that they were wary of potential disruptions from the third branch, as they were the only ones audacious enough to instigate conflicts with the main branch. Unless eldest uncle passed away one day, the animosity from the third branch would continue unabated, resulting in occasional flare-ups. They couldn't seem to learn their lesson. When Shao Yunduan sent for them, the entire first branch of the Shao family eagerly packed their belongings and embarked on the journey with 2 large carriages, one for the maids and the other for Shao Yunduan and Qiao Xian. Accompanied by 10 mounted guards, they set out. This spectacle evoked envy and admiration from the villagers. Those who had once believed Shao Lulang held more promise than Shao Yunduan underwent a change of heart. They now saw the superiority of Shao Yunduan. After all, he was the primus. When he returned to his hometown to honor his ancestors, it would undoubtedly be a grand affair. Having served as an official in the capital and now serving as a local magistrate, he was accruing valuable experience. It was only a matter of time before he ascended to a higher position in the capital. Moreover, the fact that his parents dispatched so many people to fetch his family back suggested they were in good spirits and enjoying prosperity. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2021. Still unruly in comparison, Shao Lulang seemed significantly inferior. Third uncle and Ms. Ma, known for their propensity to stretch the truth, especially Ms. Ma with her loquacious nature, found themselves biting their tongues. How much of what they claimed was genuine? It seemed that if Shao Lulang scored 1 point, the couple would undoubtedly award him 10. With this realization, they no longer feared them. However, Ms. Ma and third uncle grew agitated once more. The arrival of Ms. Fang in An's province promised to bring a lively atmosphere. Unexpectedly in July, Zhao Shu arrived with Taotao. This was the epitome of a harmonious family. Ms. Fang and eldest uncle were elated. Taotao was equally surprised and overjoyed. Zhao Shu reveled in the company of others and radiated happiness. The back office's eastern courtyard in An's province buzzed with liveliness. Meanwhile, Zhao Shu took Tao Tao to pay respects to their ancestors at the Zhao family's ancestral home. To Zhao Mu's dismay, Zhao Shu brought along Ms. Qin. Despite Zhao Mu's irritation, Zhao Shu didn't neglect him and introduced him to Tao Tao, addressing Zhao Mu as uncle. As for Ms. Qin, being a mere concubine, Zhao Shu didn't even spare her a glance, let alone an introduction. Zhao Mu was seething with rage. However, Zhao Mu was keen to save face, so he refrained from speaking out. Ms. Qin, on the other hand, wasn't as reserved. She erupted in anger on the spot, exclaiming, "He's your biological father." Zhao Shu, growing impatient, interrupted her sharply. "Your family is still so unruly. Is a concubine worthy of interrupting? If she were in our residence, such unruliness would have been disciplined long ago. And I have only one father. If anyone doubts it, they can take it up with the patriarch." What about you? Uncle, your concubine truly lacks decorum. How dare she speak out of turn? If she continues disregarding propriety, she'll sow discord in the family and breed chaos. Who's to say she won't deteriorate further in the future? Uncle, are you going to let this slide? Zhao Mu seethed in silence. Ms. Qin seethed too, but dared not voice her discontent. She knew that if she spoke, Zhao Shu would promptly cut her off with the word concubine, denying her a chance to finish her thoughts. This despicable man. Truly despicable. With a contemptuous glance at Zhao Mu, Zhao Shu sneered before departing with Tao Tao. Finally, Zhao Shu grasped the situation. It was evident that Zhao Mu had grumbled about why Ms. Qin accompanied them. There were certain things he couldn't voice due to his concern for saving face, but Ms. Qin didn't share his reservations. Ms. Qin was shameless and lacking in intelligence. She didn't hesitate to speak her mind, though she seldom had the opportunity to do so as Zhao Shu always cut her off. Zhao Shu's generosity towards the patriarch's wife, and the elders increased by 20%. This gesture elicited widespread happiness, with everyone regarding him and Tao Tao with utmost warmth and affection. The ancestral worship proceeded smoothly, and Tao Tao's name was duly added to the records. As for Zhao Mu, his status as Zhao Shu's biological father proved futile. The sex laws were immutable, and since Zhao Shu had been formally adopted, he no longer bore any relation to Zhao Mu. There was no way for Zhao Mu to exert control over him. Everyone conveniently ignored Zhao Shu's decree. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2022. Scheming Zhao Mu was so infuriated that he nearly spat blood. Unable to bear it any longer, Ms. Qin wept for Zhao Mu. Yet, without a word from Zhao Shu, all the respected ladies and aunts in the clan hurled insults at her. Even Zhao Mu received a stern reprimand from the clan elders. Clearly, he hadn't learned his lesson. Not only had he brought a concubine to such a significant occasion, but this concubine also dared to criticize the Zhao family. Who gave her, a mere concubine, the audacity to do so? What had gotten into Zhao Mu? Did he intend to continue bringing shame upon the family? If their decline persisted, what would be left of them? Ms. Qin's face flushed with alternating shades of red and white. She felt a surge of humiliation and resentment bubbling up inside her, urging her to scream and curse. Among those who criticized her, many were familiar faces. When her old master was still the wealthiest man in Yangzhou, none of them dared to call her a concubine. They all smiled and spoke respectfully to her. They addressed her as Madame Qin. But now, they turned on her faster than the changing tides. Who were they to judge her? Naturally, Zhao Mu didn't dare to oppose the entire clan. He could only swallow his pride, publicly apologize, and chastise Ms. Qin. Yet, under Zhao Shu's watchful and seemingly amused gaze, Zhao Mu felt his blood boil, his face burning with shame. Yet, Zhao Mu remained adamant about not returning to his own abode. Of course, he had brought Ms. Qin here for the sake of Zhao Shu and Tao Tao. He had hoped that Zhao Shu would exhibit greater maturity and wisdom after marriage, allowing them to have a heartfelt conversation. After all, they were father and son by blood. However, Zhao Mu hadn't anticipated that Zhao Shu would still retain his fiery temper. Regret gnawed at Zhao Mu incessantly. He should have taken Zhao Shu under his wing instead of allowing Madame Zheng to raise him. He ought to have imparted his wisdom personally. Aside from Zhao Shu's speculated motives, there was another reason for bringing Ms. Qin along, to foster a bond between her and Cao Tao. From Zhao Mu's perspective, Xiao Taotao was merely a humble country girl. Zhao Shu had wedded her solely because her brother ascended to the primus position. What did she understand? Ms. Qin possessed a silver tongue and wisdom. If she applied herself, she could surely win over Xiao Taotao. And if she could win over Xiao Taotao, Zhao Shu would heed his counsel. Thus, Ms. Qin brainstormed ways to connect with Taotao. Taotao didn't want to see her at first, but she couldn't stop pestering her, so Taotao saw her. He might as well meet her and make her give up so that he could get some peace and quiet. Indeed, Ms. Qin had given up after seeing him. The countryside girl was not easy to coax at all. She was as annoying as Zhao Shu and kept saying that she had no respect for him. Concubines made her blood boil. In the end, her anger turned into anger. She couldn't take it anymore and mocked Taotao. Taotao asked someone to slap her face. Not only did Ms. Qin receive a slap, but she was also escorted by someone to lodge a complaint with the patriarch's wife, resulting in another reprimand. Even Zhao Mu wasn't spared. Both of them left, seething with indignation. Meanwhile, Zhao Shu was elated. He lingered in the capital with Taotao for a while, introducing her to their relatives and paying respects to their elders. Following these formalities, they returned to Jiangnan before heading to An's province. Unrestrained and carefree with Taotao by his side, Zhao Shu decided they would spend the Mid-Autumn Festival with Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan in An's province. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2023, 2 years, what a stroke of luck that Ms. Fang and the others happened to be here too. This was an even more delightful surprise. Following the transitional autumn, Yuezheng Shao joined them as well. Qiao Xian, Yuezheng Shao, and Zhao Shu resumed their business discussions. They were able to procure various goods like herbs, tea leaves, fabrics, and timber from An's province. With the collaborative efforts of both families, they could handle any quantity of goods. Their plans unfolded seamlessly. They selected a location and acquired property in An's prefecture city to establish a shop and warehouse. They made a conscious decision not to compete with businesses in An's prefecture city. Instead, they engaged in buying and selling goods outside the city, conducting their trade. Their presence was welcomed by local trading companies. Their involvement promised increased vitality in local commerce, a mutually beneficial arrangement. By mid-September, Ms. Fang and eldest uncle found themselves unable to stay longer. With the autumn harvest season beckoning, they had to return home promptly. Thus, the entire family embarked on their journey back. Though there was a tinge of sadness upon parting, they found solace in the closeness they had cultivated and the newfound ease of travel between their locations. Winter gave way to spring, and time slipped by unnoticed, marking the passage of 2 years. In the 51st year of the Emperor Xian's reign, Anan had already turned 3 years old, soon to celebrate his 4th birthday in July. The lively little fellow was robust and full of mischief, keeping the east courtyard of the back office bustling with activity each day. Over the past 2 years, the economic prosperity of Anzizhou had flourished remarkably. An increasing number of individuals ventured into cultivating medicinal herbs, peppers, star anise, and peppers. Many households even ventured into small-scale poultry farming, raising chickens and ducks. While the operations weren't massive, there was still a market for their produce. Qiao Xian, Zhao Shu, and Yuezheng Shao eagerly purchased these goods, provided they met their quality standards. With the proliferation of these specialty products, the local populace found themselves with more disposable income than ever before, leading to an improvement in their quality of life. The adoption of potatoes as a staple crop also gained rapid momentum. Within just 2 years, nearly every farming family had integrated potato cultivation into their agricultural practices. Larger households dedicated 4 to 5 mu of land to potato cultivation, while smaller ones allocated 1 or 2 mu. Some ambitious farmers even cultivated more, recognizing the immense benefits of this versatile crop. Truly, the success was undeniable. With its high yield and low land requirements, potatoes proved undemanding to cultivate. Minimal special attention was needed, planting and basic management sufficed. A single weeding session in the middle of its growth cycle, along with a modest application of fertilizer, could significantly boost yields. In An's province, agricultural families were scarce. Some households, despite having 12 to 13 members, owned only 3 mu of paddy fields. Previously, they struggled to enjoy a full meal of white rice throughout the year. Their diets consisted primarily of wild vegetables, beans, taros, assorted vegetables, and melons, with the aroma of rice being a rare luxury. Even then, for over 2 months annually, they tightened their belts, often unable to afford even porridge. A large pot of water was mostly filled with vegetables, melons, and beans, with only a meager handful of rice added sparingly. The introduction of potatoes significantly improved their circumstances. Potatoes provided an abundant and versatile staple. Their versatility allowed for consumption as both a rice substitute and a vegetable. Moreover, cultivating a small plot for medicinal herbs could yield 3 to 5 taels of silver annually. The value of a few taels of silver should not be underestimated. It significantly enhanced the quality of life for the entire family. With just 6 copper coins per kilogram of rice, they could ensure sustenance for the year. Satiated and invigorated, they embraced newfound vigor and optimism. Inspired by Lord Shao and Madame Shao, they embarked on endeavors to cultivate peppers, star anise, and rear chickens and ducks. Their future held promise. Each passing year would bring further improvements. Gratitude abounded for the benevolence of the Lord of the Prefect. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2024. Emperor Xian is in danger again. Qiao Xian's business flourished, and Liuhe Manor had not only found its footing but had also expanded its operations. Meanwhile, nestled within the remote mountains of Meili Town, a hidden valley reminiscent of paradise underwent development. At the heart of this valley stood a rustic hot spring villa constructed entirely from logs. Expansive pastures dotted the landscape, where horses, cows, and sheep grazed. Each year, a portion of the livestock was sold, contributing to the manor's revenue. The horses, predominantly wild, underwent taming efforts led by Yi, Sun Bai, and Zheng Sang, requiring considerable dedication and skill. These horses were truly exceptional, one-of-kind specimens, scarce and highly prized. While there were occasional sales, they were few and far between, spanning not just years but potentially decades. Annually, Qiao Xian, Shao Yinduan, and Anan embarked on retreats to the hot springs, indulging in activities like horseback riding, lakeside leisure, fishing, hunting, and foraging for mountain treasures. The myriad experiences offered endless entertainment, leaving participants thoroughly engrossed and content. Anan took great delight in the surroundings as well. Within the hot spring villa, Qiao Xian leisurely explored the nearby mountains and valleys. During the day, he ventured out to gather mountain treasures and engage in hunting expeditions. As night fell, he returned to the tranquil confines of the valley's hot spring villa, embracing a carefree existence. Each year, he made a brief sojourn, typically spanning 7 to 8 days. Departures were always accompanied by a reluctance to leave. Qiao Xian vividly recalled the heavy snowfall of the previous winter, which arrived 2 days after their arrival. Basking in the hot springs amidst the pristine snowscape left an indelible impression, a moment of sheer wonder amidst the untamed beauty of the mountains. This experience resonated deeply with everyone present, eliciting awe and admiration. While time passed leisurely in An's prefecture city, tension and uncertainty permeated the atmosphere of the capital. The political landscape of the capital remained volatile, characterized by intrigue and disdain. Emperor Xian's precarious health condition, having teetered on the brink of death twice in the past 2 years, sent ripples of apprehension through the palace and beyond. Despite the distance, news of these developments reached Lu Changming and his associates swiftly. The power struggle between the crown prince and the other princes continued unabated, escalating with each passing day. The crown prince's position mirrored Emperor Xian's failing health. It teetered on the edge of collapse yet stubbornly refused to crumble. Over the past 2 years, the crown prince's influence had stagnated, occasionally facing rebukes from his siblings. Though fraught with nerves and fear, the crown prince's standing continued to dwindle. With Emperor Xian's close brushes with death, the other princes could no longer afford to remain passive. The prospect of waiting for Emperor Ji Xian's demise and subsequent ascension to the throne became increasingly precarious. Realizing the urgency, the second prince and third prince, initially inclined to bide their time and capitalize on internal discord, abandoned their passive stance and took proactive measures. United in their determination, they sought to eliminate the crown prince as a crucial first step towards reshaping the political landscape. Only by toppling the crown prince and securing the vacant position could they hope to stake their claim. Failure to act decisively would render all efforts futile, leaving each prince to rely solely on their own abilities. The crown prince's predicament grew increasingly dire. In the spring of the 51st year of Emperor Xian's reign, Emperor Xian of Qi fell ill once more. Coincidentally, honored Princess Mei was by his side at the Thousand Autumn Palace. Engaging in light-hearted banter, Emperor Xian's mood took a sudden turn when honored Princess Mei collapsed unconscious. Shocked, honored Princess Mei and Taoist Shangzhen swiftly attended to Emperor Xian, ordering him to be transported to the dragon bed. They promptly sealed the news, forbidding anyone from divulging a word. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2025. Sudden death. Their moods were somber, tinged with a mix of panic and apprehension. Yet amidst the panic, a subtle undercurrent of anticipation lingered. Since dispatching Taoist Shangzhen to the palace, honored Princess Mei and the fourth prince refrained from any private communication with him, abstaining from seeking his assistance. However, Taoist Shangzhen remained steadfastly aligned with their cause. Honored Princess Mei understood his temperament all too well. Any attempt to contact him privately, even if innocuous, would risk undermining Taoist Shangzhen's credibility with the emperor, a risk they couldn't afford to take. When Taoist Shangzhen examined Emperor Xian's pulse, he shook his head gravely at honored Princess Mei. The emperor hovered on the brink of death. This time, without divine intervention, his survival seemed improbable, unlike the previous 2 instances. Perhaps, the emperor might never awaken again. Honored Princess Mei's entire being was taut with tension. Her hands clenched tightly, yet her body quivered uncontrollably. A tumult of emotions surged within her: nervousness, excitement, terror, fear, determination, all intermingled. She was acutely aware of what she needed to do, what she must do. With the emperor's failure to depose the crown prince, his demise seemed the most expedient resolution. Departing the Thousand Autumn Palace as usual, honored Princess Mei maintained her facade. The palace now lay under her and Taoist Shangzhen's dominion. Those loyal to the emperor had fallen victim to her subterfuge, captured and disposed of, their bodies cast into the well behind the palace. With Taoist Shangzhen overseeing security, she harbored no apprehension. But lingering too long risked arousing suspicion. The queen and princess concubine virtue posed formidable obstacles. Over the past 2 years, with the emperor's ailing health, they maintained vigilant watch over the Thousand Autumn Palace. Their scrutiny extended to any visitor, even one of their own. Having embarked on this path, honored Princess Mei knew there was no retreat. She could only charge forward in one go. Hence, at noon that day, the crown prince died from drinking a cup of tea in the study of the East Palace. Honored Princess Mei's carefully laid plans, embodied in that nail, finally bore fruit after more than a decade. The sudden turn of events left no room for concealment. Moreover, Princess Consort lacked the fortitude and resilience to cope. Upon hearing the shocking news of the crown prince's demise, she initially dismissed it as a cruel jest. Who would dare jest about such a grave matter? Such jesters deserved nothing less than death. Reality crashed upon Princess Consort with devastating force once she grasped the truth. In a frenzy, she hurled herself towards the study in the East Palace, clinging to the desperate hope that the Crown Prince could still be revived. Surely he wouldn't die. He couldn't die. Just yesterday, they shared dinner. This morning he stood in court. How could someone so vibrant succumb to death? It had to be a hoax, a cruel deception. The sight of the Crown Prince's lifeless body shattered Princess Consort's resolve completely. Her cries echoed through the palace as she beseeched anyone who would listen to summon the imperial physician to save the Crown Prince. Little did she know she'd soon be thrust into the chaos, rushing to court, summoning the eldest grandson, and rallying trusted ministers. The news of the Crown Prince's sudden demise rippled through the Eastern Palace like wildfire. Meanwhile, the fourth prince had long prepared for such a moment. Swiftly, he dispatched trusted aides out of the capital to rally support while fortifying the palace with his most capable guards. Emperor Xian of Qi had passed away over 2 hours before the Crown Prince breathed his last. Taoist Shangzhen, having administered the customary immortal pills dissolved in water, watched as Emperor Xian of Qi's breath ebbed away with alarming swiftness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2026. Dirty water. Even the most skilled physicians would be confounded by the cause of the Emperor's fatal poisoning. Rushing to the Thousand Autumn Palace, the fourth prince and honored princess Mei were met with the lamentations of mourning. The news of the Crown Prince's demise proved too much for the already frail emperor, who succumbed to the shock. In rapid succession, the queen, Princess Concubine Virtue, the second prince, the third prince, along with other members of the imperial family and high-ranking generals, convened at the court. Chaos gripped the palace. Leading the accusations, honored Princess Mei pointed fingers at Empress Qi, insinuating complicity in the emperor's death in the open court. With a meticulously prepared speech, her accusations carried weight and logic. The emperor's declining health over the past 2 years, coupled with the queen and third prince's conspicuous activities during that time, hinted at ulterior motives. Why did the crown prince meet a sudden demise? It pointed squarely at the queen's machinations. Unhappy with her own status as queen and her son's failed bid for the crown prince title, the queen likely sought to eliminate the competition. By poisoning the crown prince and inciting the emperor's demise, the queen could circumvent any potential testamentary challenges. With the legitimate heir removed, the path to the throne would clear for the third prince. Such calculated malice displayed by the empress was truly staggering. In that scenario, indeed, Empress Qi and the third prince stood to gain the most, casting doubt and suspicion upon them from all sides. Empress Qi seethed with fury. How dare that woman accuse her of such treachery? Yet, despite her indignation, she found herself backed into a corner. No amount of denial could dispel the pervasive doubt in everyone's minds. The emperor's lack of a testamentary decree and the untimely demise of the crown prince were damning evidence against them. Even if they vehemently protested their innocence, what good would it do? Unless they publicly renounced any claim to the throne. But why refrain from seizing the opportunity? They were the rightful contenders. Why not fight? Honored Princess Mei, that wretched woman, would surely never let them off the hook after casting such damning aspersions upon them. If the fourth prince ascended the throne, death would surely await them, unless they were sentenced to lifelong imprisonment, a fate scarcely better than death. In a desperate bid to deflect blame, Empress Qi and the third prince turned the tables, accusing the fourth prince and honored Princess Mei of the crime. Their rationale? The mother and son duo had always been scheming. It was common knowledge that the fourth prince harbored ambitions contrary to the crown prince's interests. Moreover, the fourth prince's swift arrival at the palace following the crown prince's demise, accompanied by a retinue, smacked of premeditation. This implied that he was already aware. Regarding honored Princess Mei, her visit to the Thousand Autumn Palace just the day before the emperor's demise raised eyebrows. Who could say if there was more to the story? Taoist Shangzhen, bestowed upon the emperor by honored Princess Mai's family, had vanished. Naturally, suspicions arose. Yet, honored Princess Mei and the fourth prince vehemently denied Empress Qi and the third prince's accusations, dismissing them as baseless conjecture. After all, Taoist Shangzhen enjoyed considerable renown. The emperor sought an expert, and honored Princess Mai's family shared in the burden of governance. What was amiss with that arrangement? Now that the emperor had passed, perhaps Taoist Shangzhen harbored concerns about his safety without the emperor's protection. His departure was understandable, a matter of self-preservation. What did it have to do with them? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2027, Internal Disorder. Empress Qi fired back with her own rebuttal. Wasn't honored Princess Mai's accusation of her and her son also based on mere speculation? What audacity! Honored Princess Mei presumed to cast aspersions and slander, yet recoiled when faced with the same treatment? Who did she think she was? She was the queen, appointed by the emperor himself. She refused to tolerate such baseless slander. Princess Concubine Virtue and the second prince, sensing their implication in the turmoil, waded into the fray to assert their innocence. Empress Qi dispatched several imperial physicians to examine the emperor's body. Their conclusion: the emperor's demise resulted not from poisoning but from prolonged medication use, which had compromised his health over time. His passing, they deemed, was a consequence of his weakened condition. Honored Princess Mei breathed a sigh of relief, doubling down on her pressure against Empress Qi. Ultimately, the pivotal question remained: who would ascend the throne? None of the three princes yielded to the others. With no clear testamentary decree, each harbored aspirations for the throne, unwilling to relinquish their claim. At this critical juncture, Princess Consort rallied, accompanied by her eldest grandson, brothers, and loyal ministers and guards from the East Palace. The Crown Prince's legacy persisted. The eldest son, now a grown man with children of his own, emerged as a contender for the throne. This time, the chaos reached unprecedented levels. The capital teetered on the brink of anarchy as the four factions clashed with ferocious intensity. Only two entrances remained open at the city gates, heavily guarded by trusted sentinels from each faction. Neither side yielded an inch of ground to the other. The city gates buzzed with activity, swarming with messengers darting in and out, seeking reinforcements or hastening from distant locales. Outside the city, several garrisons, large and small, bolstered the factions' forces. Within the palace walls, the tension was palpable. Emperor Xian's remains were hastily interred, and the mourning hall hastily arranged. Tempers flared over seating arrangements and incense offerings. But amidst the chaos, the emperor's funeral took a back seat to the power struggle unfolding before them. The throne beckoned irresistibly, a prize none could ignore and none were willing to relinquish. With no testamentary decree, power lay within reach of the most capable. It was a prize worth fighting for, and no one would shy away from seizing it. Doubtful? Prove your worth, seize it if you can. The ambitions of the princes were no longer veiled but laid bare for all to see. Courtiers aligned with the princes followed suit, throwing themselves into the fray with abandon. For them, victory meant ascending to the throne. There was no turning back now, only pressing forward. However, loyalists to the imperial court and the late emperor, particularly the venerable old officials, lamented this spectacle. They implored the princes to halt their power struggle and prioritize the funeral rites for the late emperor. How could he rest in peace amidst such turmoil? In response, the princes employed a strategy of deflection, waiting for others to halt first before considering a pause themselves. It was an impasse, a conundrum with no solution in sight. With their own fates hanging in the balance, no one could afford to divert their attention elsewhere. Princess Consort got so furious that she almost exploded. If the crown prince was still around, the throne would naturally belong to him. The crown prince was no longer around. As the saying goes, a son inherits his father's negative karma, so the throne naturally belonged to the eldest grandson. What right did these people have to snatch her son's empire? All of them were shameless. But Princess Consort's faction was the smallest among these forces. Crown Prince had too many scruples and didn't dare to expand his influence. After all, there were so many eyes on him. At this point, the Eastern Palace was completely powerless to compete with others. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2028. Fighting for the position. The tension in the air thickened with each passing moment, the scent of gunpowder growing more potent by the minute. It was on the brink of eruption. All parties involved understood that mere verbal sparring would not yield any resolution. Eventually, violence would ensue, resulting in senseless bloodshed. Finally, the dreaded day arrived. The battle that unfolded within the imperial city was nothing short of tragic. Civilians barricaded themselves indoors, quivering with fear. Shops and eateries remained shuttered, too afraid to open their doors. Countless soldiers raced through the sprawling streets, the clang of weapons and the cries of combatants sending shivers down everyone's spine throughout the night. The risk of fire was ever present, with flames sporadically lighting up the sky in various parts of the city. People scrambled to flee the imperial city. Those with nowhere to go cowered at home, praying for divine intervention. Time seemed to stretch on endlessly. As news of the Crown Prince's demise and the Emperor's passing spread, the populace erupted into chaos. Tea houses, wine shops, and streets alike buzzed with fervent discussions and heated debates. Everyone held strong opinions about the state of affairs. Some threw their support behind one prince, while others argued vehemently for another. But as the turmoil dragged on, such debates lost their significance. They ceased to matter to anyone. Even the scholars, usually eager to dissect matters of governance and steer the nation, found themselves devoid of such contemplations. All were consumed by a singular thought: let's bring this to an end swiftly. As long as peace returned, the identity of the successor seemed inconsequential. All they wished for was the swift settling of dust and the restoration of tranquility. This torment and fear persisted for 7 long days and nights. Finally, after a week, a temporary resolution emerged. Temporary because there was no clear victor. The 4th prince and honored princess may claimed a partial victory within the imperial city, yet the Sun family absconded with Princess Concubine Virtue and the 2nd prince, fleeing the city's confines. Before departing, Princess Concubine Virtue ignited a massive blaze within the court. General Sun, in a ruthless maneuver, ordered arson near the city gates, leaving behind a trail of sabotage and potential assassinations. Caught in the wake of the Sun family's brutality, the 4th prince and honored princess may found themselves in dire straits. Amidst their panic, the 3rd prince led a band of loyalists out of the imperial city. But Empress Qi chose to remain, sacrificing her safety to serve as a diversion. Honored Princess Mei and the 4th prince remained oblivious to the 3rd prince's escape, a consequence of Empress Qi's cunning. By the time they caught wind of it, he had already put considerable distance between them. Fearing a potential trap, the 4th prince hesitated to dispatch pursuers. Nevertheless, Empress Qi remained within their grasp. As for the 2nd prince and Princess Concubine Virtue, lacking the legitimacy of the queen or rightful heir, they held little sway. Once the dust settled, troops could be deployed to quash any rebellion they might foment. Similarly, Princess Consort's family fell under the 4th prince's control. With the Crown Prince's demise, the East Palace became untenable for them. Consequently, the 4th prince ordered Princess Consort and her kin relocated to the Northern Palace compound. Tragically, all 3 of the Crown Prince's sons, including the eldest grandson, perished in the prior skirmishes. Only a handful of Crown Prince's grandsons survived, deemed inconsequential and thus spared. Devastated, Princess Consort capitulated. Initially resistant to vacate the East Palace, she ultimately lacked the resolve to end her life alongside her family. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2029. 3 Emperors of a Country. Princess Consort's spirit was too battered to entertain thoughts of suicide, Yet she couldn't shake off her resentment. Eventually, she begrudgingly relocated to the desolate confines of the North Court Palace. As for her simmering animosity, the fourth prince and honored princess Mei remained indifferent. General Sun's lingering operatives continued to wreak havoc. Night after night, fires erupted, assassinations claimed lives, and ambushes unfolded, leaving the fourth prince seething with rage and frustration. His loyalists, too, were stretched thin. Within the palace walls, Empress Qi persistently stirred up trouble for honored Princess Mei. Empress Qi wielded considerable influence over the intermediate palace. Since the late emperor hadn't stripped her of her title, she remained the legitimate empress. Regardless of which prince ascended the throne, she'd retain her status as Empress Dowager. No prince dared to defy filial piety. Especially the fourth prince, who, despite securing the capital, lacked a legitimate claim. His authority was earned through contentious battles with his siblings. While they could overlook his methods during the struggle, they couldn't ignore the need for diplomacy in the aftermath. Otherwise, his reign would lack all semblance of dignity. Empress Qi and her son were untouchable for now. Not only was the fourth prince hesitant to act, but he also felt compelled to ensure Empress Qi's well-being. Her safety was paramount. Any harm befalling her would be difficult for him to justify. Empress Qi recognized this vulnerability and exploited it fully in her clashes with honored Princess Mei. Bearing her resentment like a heavy burden, honored Princess Mei found herself repeatedly tested, her frustration growing with each passing confrontation. Yet she dared not lay a finger on Empress Qi. Inside and outside the palace, both honored Princess Mei and the fourth prince were equally drained. It took the fourth prince more than half a month to stabilize the situation finally. He instructed the imperial astronomers to select the most opportune date for his ascension to the throne and the proclamation of a new era. Following this, he arranged for the construction of a mourning hall and summoned civil and military officials, along with relatives, to pay their respects. Once the former emperor was laid to rest, preparations for the inauguration ceremony commenced. The event had to be vibrant, celebratory, and filled with auspiciousness, a beacon of hope to dispel the recent shadows of misfortune. With unwavering confidence and vigor, the fourth prince stood as the unrivaled master of the Ying family. No contender could match his strength or determination now. He felt a surge of relief at his swift decision-making. Throughout history, fortune favored those who dared to venture into perilous territories. This truth had been reaffirmed once again. Had he hesitated to eliminate the crown prince, he wouldn't have seized the reins of power today. However, what caught the fourth prince off guard was the clandestine departure of the second prince, Princess Concubine Virtue, and their entourage, escorted by General Sun to Xiangyang City in Hubei Prefecture. While he busied himself extinguishing fires and managing the aftermath in the capital, they had slipped away unnoticed. To compound matters, the second prince had usurped the throne ahead of him, altering the era's name to one that cast him as a regicide and patricide. He had circulated a bounty, calling upon officials worldwide to suppress him and avenge the former emperor. Following suit, the third prince ascended the throne in Jinan, leveling similar accusations against the fourth prince. Upon receiving this distressing news, the fourth prince and honored Princess Mei were incensed and revolted. It was akin to having a live fly forced down their throats. Assuming victory with the capital under his control, he had presumed the second and third princes would scurry away like frightened strays, destined to be captured eventually. Their audacious maneuver blindsided him. Regret gnawed at the fourth prince's conscience, his insides churning with remorse. Had he possessed foreknowledge, he would have promptly expelled them and claimed the throne. Who could have anticipated their brazenness? Disregarding the auspicious date, the fourth prince hastily crowned himself emperor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2030. Dumbfounded, the fourth prince staunchly positioned himself as the rightful ruler, deeming the other two factions as rebellious. He rallied the ministers of the realm to unite in their assault. But what if, lingered as an unspoken question? Relinquishing the territory he had painstakingly seized was out of the question. His only recourse was swift ascension to the throne. Delaying only rendered him more vulnerable. As the three factions clashed, drawing support and opposition from various quarters, confusion swept through local officials and citizens alike. A proverb echoed in their minds: "There's no second master in the family, and there's no second sun in the sky." Now, with three emperors vying for supremacy, whom should they obey? Whom should they recognize as their sovereign? Logically, allegiance should lie with the ruler in the capital. Yet, the legitimate heir of the empress resided in Jinan, Shandong. As the eldest son, the second prince held a compelling claim to the throne. With the crown prince out of the picture, succession would likely favor either the firstborn or the eldest son. In either scenario, the second or third prince stood to ascend. However, the fourth prince had seized control of the capital. Throughout the realm, confusion reigned supreme. Each of the three princes found themselves in a deadlock, unable to assert their legitimacy over the others. They stood as equals in their claims to orthodoxy. Compounding the dilemma was the lack of trust among themselves, further confounding the populace as to whom they should align with or heed. Beyond the three princely factions, a contingent of officials remained steadfast in their loyalty to the late crown prince. They harbored suspicions that his untimely demise was somehow linked to the machinations of these three contenders. In their eyes, all three were tainted by sin and unworthy of kingship. They fervently believed that the throne rightfully belonged to the crown prince's descendants. With this sentiment fueling the chaos, matters only grew more convoluted. Upon ascending the throne, both the second and third princes swiftly embarked on a campaign to expand their territorial influence. They sought to consolidate control over neighboring cities, establishing a strategic foothold and amassing resources to bolster their cause. Their aim was clear: to fortify their position, accumulate strength, and secure logistical support, thus enabling them to challenge the authority of the capital. In contrast, the fourth prince, having seized control of the capital, held the upper hand. With access to greater resources and a more entrenched claim to orthodoxy, he stood unrivaled in comparison. The fourth prince seethed with rage, his mind ablaze with fury. Having emerged as the clear victor, with plans for a triumphant celebration already in motion, the sudden turn of events was intolerable. In a fit of indignation, the fourth prince issued a decree commanding local authorities to uphold their duty and allegiance. Those who dared to side with the rebels would face the gravest punishment: extermination of their entire families. He forbade any submission to the renegade forces, threatening severe consequences for disobedience. Simultaneously, he handpicked his most trusted aides and marshaled his forces. With a formidable army of 50,000 soldiers at his command, he set his sights on Jinan. His intent was clear: to make an example of them. The third prince, lacking the seasoned expertise of General Sun, was vulnerable. Despite his fierce generals and formidable soldiers, they would crumble under the might of the fourth prince's onslaught. With Jinan captured, and the second prince's followers eradicated, the fourth prince was certain the world would acknowledge his legitimacy. Unconcerned with the fourth prince's wrath, the second prince seized the opportunity to further his own agenda. As the mid of May approached, news of the capital's military mobilization spread to An's province. The imperial court descended into turmoil as the princes vied for the throne, sending shockwaves of panic and confusion rippling throughout the populace of Great Qin. Even in the remote An's province, the tremors of chaos could be felt, leaving its residents bewildered and apprehensive. Shao Yunduan found himself equally shaken by the unfolding events. While he harbored grievances against the crown prince, he had never entertained thoughts of revenge. The sudden loss of the crown prince's life left him reeling with disbelief and regret. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2031. Settlement. Shao Yunduan stood dumbfounded upon hearing of the crown prince's demise and the emperor's passing. Surveying the unfolding chaos, he couldn't help but heave a heavy sigh. The power struggle among the three princes was far beyond the purview of a local magistrate like himself. Shao Yunduan counted himself fortunate to have requested a transfer away from the capital and the tumult of the central plain. Equally bewildered was Qiao Xian. The sudden and unbelievable turn of events left her reeling. It felt as though she had been abruptly thrust from a peaceful existence into a semi-mad world, trapped in a surreal nightmare. Never in her wildest dreams did she envision experiencing such turmoil firsthand. The shock of it all lingered for days, leaving Qiao Xian feeling adrift in disbelief. Sensing her distress, Shao Yunduan offered words of comfort, urging her not to fret. Qiao Xian grappled with a complex mix of emotions, finding it difficult to articulate her thoughts. But with Shao Yunduan's support, she gradually found solace. In the end, she resolved to take each day as it came, accepting the unpredictable twists of fate. Given their circumstances, Qiao Xian contemplated her options. Acknowledging that neither she nor Shao Yunduan held authority over the unfolding events, she recognized the power of her own abilities. Compared to many others, she possessed considerable strength. However, the lingering sense of uncertainty and insecurity gnawed at her, casting a shadow over her peace of mind. Regardless of who ultimately emerged victorious in the power struggle, she echoed her husband's sentiment, hoping they wouldn't seek retribution against him. That assurance alone would suffice. Meanwhile, Shao Yunduan took charge, leading Qiao Xian, Anan, Sun Bai, Sun Qian, and others to the secluded intermediate area behind the state government office. There, they began compiling a list of individuals in need of protection. On one front, Shao Yunduan sought to reassure the populace, while on another he tasked Sun Bai, Sun Qian, Jia Heming, Zheng Sang, and others with maintaining security and conducting patrols. Despite the tumultuous events unfolding beyond their control, Shao Yunduan remained steadfast in his determination to ensure the people of An's province could continue to live in peace. Observing his efforts, the initial fear and confusion among the common folk gradually abated. Indeed, while the princes battled for supremacy in the capital and the central plains, An's province remained largely unaffected. With Lord Shao at the helm, there was a sense of reassurance among the populace. As long as Lord Shao remained, ensuring their continued well-being, everything would be all right. Regardless of the outcome of the power struggle in the capital, it mattered little to the residents of An's province. Despite being the weakest contender among the three princes, the third prince wielded considerable influence as a member of the orthodox intermediate palace. Securing the strategic location of Jinan and swiftly seizing control of the eldest son's territory before the fourth prince could react, he effectively cut off the northern canal route, halting all northbound ship traffic. Moreover, strict prohibitions were placed on southern carriages entering the capital. Given that the capital heavily relied on the Grand Canal for transportation of vital resources, the third prince's blockade caused immediate strain. With merchants exacerbating the situation by hoarding goods and waiting for prices to soar, panic gripped the capital's populace. Fluctuating prices and widespread anxiety plagued the citizens on a daily basis. For the fourth prince, managing these crises alone proved to be a monumental task, diverting attention and resources away from any potential offensive against the third prince. It appeared that determining a victor in the short term was a daunting prospect indeed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2032, Power to Protect Oneself. Sun Bai, Sun Qian, and Zheng Sang convened a meeting with Shao Yunduan, their skepticism toward the government palpable. They had never truly identified themselves as public servants. Their loyalty lay solely with Shao Yunduan. With the world on the brink of chaos and the three major powers engaged in conflict, they anticipated the emergence of opportunistic factions seeking to exploit the turmoil. In times of disjointed decrees and fragmented authority, nefarious elements were bound to emerge. In such turbulent times, the law held little sway. It was the power of the fist that truly mattered, especially within the territories established by the three princes in the capital. Should powerful individuals aligned with them perpetrate unlawful acts, would they face severe repercussions? Highly unlikely. Their actions would likely be met with impunity. Despite An's prefecture city's remote location, They understood the importance of preparation. Strategizing before taking action was paramount. At the very least, they needed the strength to defend themselves. Shao Yunduan concurred wholeheartedly. After deliberation, Zheng Sang and Sun Bai took steps to bolster their ranks by recruiting numerous bailiffs for training. Additionally, they procured over 100 teenagers aged between 12 and 15. While a handful remained at Zheng Sang's residence for training, the majority were discreetly dispatched to the ranch in Meili Town for intensive training. In the event that someone sought to exploit the chaos and target Shao Yunduan, having additional manpower would undoubtedly prove beneficial. With the upper echelons in disarray, it wasn't just An's prefecture city expanding its personnel. Wherever feasible, local governments were expanding their ranks. Fortunately, Shao Yunduan had no shortage of funds, and the citizens of An's city held great confidence in him. The moment word got out about recruitment, countless young men eagerly flocked to the state office. With Sun Bai, Sun Qian, and others overseeing their training, these recruits were expected to excel in less than 3 months. Meanwhile, the conflict between the fourth prince and the third prince dragged on longer than anticipated, stretching into April of the following year, with Jinan facing imminent peril. Buoyed by his resolve, the fourth prince mobilized an additional 80,000 troops from the local area, intent on delivering a decisive blow to the third prince to bolster morale and assert his authority. Unexpectedly, the previously passive second prince, focused on development and aloof from the fray, chose this moment to take action. It was a bold and decisive move. They orchestrated the assassination of 2 generals loyal to the fourth prince and ambushed his reinforcements, effectively thwarting his plans. The defeat of the fourth prince's reinforcements dealt a severe blow to his campaign. Seizing the momentum, the third prince launched a counteroffensive, sallying forth from the city to engage in skirmishes with the fourth prince's forces. In a devastating blow, they decimated the fourth prince's troops and, crucially, set fire to their granary. The fourth prince teetered on the edge of fury, but his hands were tied. Fuming with rage, he assumed an orthodox stance and issued a decree calling upon the Northwest to dispatch their army to Jinan to quell the rebellion. To his dismay, the Northwest Army remained unmoved. They cited manpower shortages and their steadfast commitment to border defense as reasons for their refusal to mobilize. The fourth prince's authority waned further as the Northwest Army made it clear they would not heed the commands of any prince. In fact, they were reluctant to align themselves with any of the warring factions. Today, the intermediate generals of the Northwest Army found themselves deeply indebted to the memory of old General Zhao. In times past, the venerable general had met a tragic end, unjustly accused and executed despite his distinguished service. His demise did not occur on the battlefield, but rather under the cloud of suspicion cast by the emperor, leading to the execution of his entire family. The generals couldn't help but shudder at the thought. Were it not for old General Zhao's impassioned plea to defend the northern borders and safeguard the peace of Great Qin's people, many among their ranks might have abandoned their posts and shirked their responsibilities. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2033. Disheartened. How could this happen? They had braved the battlefield, risking their lives, only to meet their end under the emperor's blade. But, unbeknownst to the imperial court, the Northwest Army had once come to the aid of old General Zhao. In truth, General Zhao's grandson had also been rescued, but fate did not smile upon the virtuous. The young scion of the Zhao family endured immense suffering in the depths of the prison and succumbed to illness soon after. With his passing, General Zhao retreated into the shadows, consumed by sorrow. Henceforth, his whereabouts became a mystery. None in the Northwest Army ever laid eyes on him again. Even as the truth vindicated General Zhao and his kin, he remained elusive. It became widely accepted that General Zhao had departed this world. Had he been alive, he would have emerged, if only to safeguard the honor of the Zhao family. The Northwest Army dispatched emissaries to the capital for the Zhao family's burial, but the palace also sent representatives. One particularly haughty eunuch looked upon the Northwest Army's delegates with disdain. He showed no deference to General Zhao or his kin. Instead, he declared, "The Zhao family has benefited from our generosity. It is their fortune that the emperor has bestowed such favor upon them. They should express gratitude even in death and pray for the empire's eternal prosperity." The representatives of the Northwest Army seethed with anger. Some among them struggled to contain their volatile tempers, their restraint the only thing preventing an immediate eruption. Following this encounter, the Northwest Army's discontent with the imperial court deepened, and their disillusionment with the royal family intensified. Their duty at the northwestern border was not in service to the royal family but in obedience to the final directive of their esteemed general. Unless expressly relieved of their duty by the imperial court, they would stand sentinel over the palace. Yet their loyalty lay not with the court or the emperor. As the late emperor breathed his last, the ensuing power struggle among the three princes and the eldest grandson plunged the land into uncertainty. The Northwest Army observed with cold detachment, silently cursing their arrogance and disdain. The corruption within the great Qin imperial family festered openly. Now, the fourth prince presumed to wield them as pawns in his bid for power. Such audacity was met with incredulity. What delusions clouded his mind? Regardless of the royal infighting, the Northwest Army remained steadfast in their refusal to be embroiled. Their stance was clear: they would not lend aid to anyone. The Northwest Army's resolute rejection was met with the fourth prince's ire, yet his frustration found no outlet, for there existed no recourse against their principled stance. Not to mention the uncertain future, the fourth prince dared not even entertain the thought of confronting the Northwest Army. He refrained from addressing them sternly, fearing that any hint of provocation might drive these impetuous and brash men into the arms of another. The mere notion of their potential defection kept him awake at night. Thus, the fourth prince sought solace in asserting his dignity, clinging to the polite response he received from the Northwest Army. In his mind, this signaled their tacit acknowledgement of his authority. If they couldn't depart, they certainly wouldn't. The rumors of discord within the great Qin Empire were pervasive, impossible to conceal. It was likely that Qingdi, Beihu, and others were already aware. While Qingdi had maintained a semblance of stability in recent years, Beihu posed a genuine threat. Indeed, departure was not an option. Hence, the fourth prince dispatched an imperial decree to the Northwest Army, offering reassurance and instructing them to remain vigilant against Qingdi's machinations while dutifully safeguarding the northern borders. Yet, the Northwest Army remained indifferent to his missive. No amount of explanation from the fourth prince could alter the stark reality of their rejection. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2034. The Fourth Prince's Awkwardness. Indeed, not only was the fourth prince rebuffed, but the Northwest Army remained unmoved by his overtures. As news of this defiance spread, a subtle shift occurred in the hearts of the populace. The once unassailable authority of the royal family and the emperor quietly crumbled. Suddenly, it seemed to everyone that even the emperor and his kin were merely ordinary. Complicating matters further was the deliberate and inadvertent entanglement of the second prince in the conflict in Jinan. The war evolved into a protracted struggle with no end in sight. In the capital, the fourth prince's grip on power steadily waned. Among the trio of princes, his position grew increasingly precarious. While he held the title of heir apparent, he remained the last in line for the throne. Although Beijing stood as their stronghold, its sustenance relied heavily on supplies from Jiangnan and the Central Plains. Deprived of these vital resources, Beijing's survival seemed uncertain. However, with the third prince ensnared in Jinan and the second prince entrenched in Xiangyang, the fourth prince's influence in the northwest dwindled. His jurisdiction spanned Hebei, Shaanxi, Hunan, and Shaanxi, yet these regions yielded meager harvests, offering little solace amidst the mounting challenges. Jiangnan, once teeming with prosperity and abundant resources, found itself isolated as the Grand Canal fell under the control of the third prince. Fearful of igniting further conflict and subjecting their people to suffering, officials dared not venture into the region, preferring to hunker down and pray that war would spare their territories. In this climate of uncertainty, local administrators like Shao Yunduan and Qiao Xian shared the sentiment of seeking refuge from the storm. An's province, situated in a remote corner, seized upon the opportunity presented by the ongoing strife. Recognizing that the conflict showed no signs of abating, they resolved to carry on with their duties despite the tumultuous times. However, Shao Yunduan remained vigilant, issuing orders for heightened surveillance and patrols to thwart any incursions by suspicious individuals into An's province. Disorder was strictly forbidden, with severe punishment promised for transgressors. Despite the chaos engulfing the realm, the 17 towns within An's province continued to thrive. The local populace understood that figures like Madame Shao, young Master Le Zheng, and young Master Zhao would continue purchasing goods as usual, providing a semblance of stability amidst the turmoil. In response to the internal discord, the Yuezheng family bolstered their ranks with additional servants, including Zhao Shu. Skilled martial artists found themselves in high demand, their expertise invaluable in safeguarding business interests and ensuring the safety of merchants amid the precarious conditions of civil strife. Amidst the chaos of war, officials had little time or inclination to meddle in the affairs of others. Those unfortunate enough to fall victim to robbery could only lament their misfortune, for seeking recourse from the government often led to disappointment or even extortion. Thankfully, the conflict had not engulfed vast swaths of territory. While tension hung thick in the air, the economy continued to function relatively unimpeded, with the flow of goods remaining steady. For the bold and resourceful, there were ample opportunities to increase their wealth. Despite the upheaval, Qiao Xian had made it a habit to visit Liuhe Manor to assess the situation and stay for a few days. This year was no exception, despite the circumstances. Shao Yunduan, sharing the state of affairs with Jia Hemming, accompanied her on this journey. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2035. The little fellow's memory is too good. With the lessons learned from previous excursions, Qiao Xian and her companions ensured they were accompanied by a sizable retinue of guards wherever they traveled. This time, Yi and Wu Guan led a contingent of 40 guards to provide security. Staying at the foot of Liuhe Manor for 4 days and 2 days atop the mountain, Qiao Xian and her party meticulously explored every nook and cranny. They ventured into the nearby mountains, returning with a bountiful harvest. Over the past few years, coupled with Qiao Xian's extraordinary abilities, Liuhe Manor had undergone significant transformation. The trees lining the roads had flourished, forming a verdant canopy that provided shade and coolness, particularly welcome in the heat of summer. Peering through the carriage window, it felt as though they were traversing through a lush, green tunnel. In a few years' time, Qiao Xian envisioned this canopy evolving into a proper tunnel. Moreover, extensive areas of land surrounding Liuhe Manor had been cultivated, yielding flourishing crops of medicinal herbs. The fruit trees planted throughout the estate, including jade orchids, camphor, inxing, willows, locusts, and elms, thrived with vitality, their branches heavy with promise. The chicken and duck farms buzzed with activity, bustling with life. Following 2 years of careful stewardship, the mountain streams boasted pristine water quality and a thriving ecosystem. As long as farming practices adhered to standards and hygiene protocols were diligently maintained, accidents were rare. Year after year, the poultry farms yielded plentiful eggs and duck eggs. The variety of fruit trees dotting the landscape flourished, their branches laden with the promise of harvest. In spring, the mountains burst forth with a riot of blossoms and burgeoning fruits. By May and June, loquats, bayberries, green plums, apricots, regular plums, and several varieties of peaches ripened, while kiwis, mangoes, passion fruits, oranges, persimmons, dates, grapes, pomegranates, dragon fruits, hawthorns, pears, and more thrived, dangling from branches in vigorous abundance. The journey from the foot of Liuhe Manor was imbued with a sense of familiarity and joy, each step seeming to radiate contentment. Every outing was a cause for celebration, with Anan, in particular, relishing the chance to venture beyond the estate's borders. Yet, with each departure, reluctance hung heavy in the air. This year was no exception. As they settled into the carriage, Anan's tears flowed freely, unwilling to bid farewell to their idyllic retreat. Qiao Xian gently comforted him, promising a treat of delicious desserts upon their arrival in the city. Only then did Anan's tears subside. In An's prefecture city, 3 dessert shops owned by Yuezheng Shao delighted patrons with an array of delectable treats. Among Anan's favorites were poplar dew, egg custard, milk pudding, and more. Fortunately, Qiao Xian's farm boasted ample dairy production, ensuring a steady supply of ingredients for these indulgent delicacies. Transporting milk from the ranches in Mealy Town posed logistical challenges, prompting Qiao Xian to establish a ranch in a mountain valley near the suburbs. Regular rotations between this outpost and Mealy Town ensured a steady supply of milk to meet daily demands. As the wagon rolled into An City, Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan prepared to escort Anan back home. However, the young boy's spirits suddenly soared, his eyes sparkling as he addressed Qiao Xian, "Mom, I want pudding and mango dew." Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan exchanged helpless glances, unable to contain their amusement. There was no fooling him. Anan's memory was remarkably sharp. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2036. Anan felt Qiao Xian planted a kiss on her son's cheek, her smile warm and reassuring. "All right, my dear, well, go get some right away." She knew that failing to fulfill her promise would only leave Anan crestfallen and in tears. With that, Shao Yunduan alighted from the wagon and arranged for another to take his place, while Qiao Xian led Anan to the bustling dessert shop. Aware of the impending workload awaiting him at the office after being away for several days, Shao Yunduan opted to return ahead of them, accompanied by 6 guards for added security. Despite An's city's reputation for safety, Shao Yunduan refused to take any chances when it came to the well-being of his family. Meanwhile, Qiao Xian, accompanied by her son, nanny, Lixia, Kaiyun, and other familiar faces, made their way to Yu's dessert shop on the bustling street. Frequented by Anan for its delectable offerings, Qiao Xian herself enjoyed the treats but preferred not to make them at home, making visits here a regular occurrence. The female manager and waitstaff recognized them, offering warm greetings upon their arrival. As always, Anan's order remained consistent: sweet dew and milk pudding. Qiao Xian added a few more dishes to their order and encouraged Nanny, Lixia, and the others to choose whatever they pleased. With Anan settled comfortably in a booth, Qiao Xian attended to his needs with tender care. Nanny and the others, accustomed to Madame's casual demeanor, reciprocated her kindness with grateful smiles before dispersing to find their own seats. The dessert shop boasted 2 floors, with the second floor featuring 7 or 8 booths of varying sizes, tailored for the comfort of female patrons. One such booth, elegantly adorned and subtly partitioned, provided a spacious and inviting ambience, its decor regularly refreshed with changing floral arrangements. Qiao Xian, well acquainted with the staff, engaged in conversation as she savored the tranquil atmosphere. However, her attention was abruptly diverted when she noticed Anan darting away. The shop was relatively empty, save for Qiao Xian's group and 2 other tables. While she knew Anan to be mischievous, she trusted the child to behave responsibly. Yet, as Anan dashed past the 2 servants, one of them extended her leg, causing Qiao Xian's eyes to widen in alarm. "Anan!" she exclaimed, her voice ringing out across the shop. Almost simultaneously, Anan stumbled over the maid's outstretched leg and tumbled forward, emitting a loud wail as he fell. Qiao Xian's cry of alarm drew the attention of Zixian, who had been engaged in conversation with her. Following Qiao Xian's gaze, Zixian witnessed the unfolding scene. Meanwhile, the other maid, engaged in quiet conversation with her mistress, lifted her head in surprise as Anan's cries disrupted the tranquility. Observing the unfortunate spectacle, the mistress couldn't suppress a giggle, finding amusement in Anan's misfortune. The maid, relieved to see her mistress' mood lightening after days of melancholy, couldn't resist a disparaging remark directed at Anan. I wonder which nobleman is so negligent that he can't even tend to his own child, she quipped, eliciting a chuckle from the maid who had inadvertently caused Anan's fall. Qiao Xian felt a surge of frustration and anger. Rushing to Anan's side, she scooped up the distraught child into her arms, offering him the comfort and solace he sought amidst his tears. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2037. Qiao Xian's anger. The impact reverberated through her body with such force that it seemed to echo from miles away. Her heart throbbed with pain, her veins pulsing with fury as her eyes blazed crimson. What a despicable woman! With a disdainful frown, the lady shot a reproachful glance at Qiao Xian, her displeasure evident. Seizing the opportunity, the maid, who had been attempting to comfort her mistress, addressed Qiao Xian brusquely. "Madam, kindly step aside. Your presence is disrupting our Mississippi." At that moment, Nanny and the others rushed over, alarmed by the commotion. Concern etched across their faces as they inquired about the situation. Seeing Anan in distress only deepened their anguish. Qiao Xian pressed a tender kiss to Anan's forehead, soothing him with gentle words. Wiping away his tears, she entrusted him to Nanny's care, instructing her to take him downstairs. With no male guests present on the upper floor, Yi and the others remained below, unaware of the unfolding drama. Sensing Qiao Xian's simmering anger, Nanny cradled Anan in her arms, comforting him as they descended the stairs. There were some things Qiao Xian wished to shield Anan from witnessing. As soon as Nanny descended the stairs with Anan in her arms, Qiao Xian wasted no time in delivering a resounding slap to the maid who had caused Anan's fall. The maid recoiled, shielding her face as she let out a piercing scream. Startled, the young lady and her servant joined in the uproar, the former rising indignantly from her seat. "Why did you strike her?" she demanded, her voice quivering with fury. Qiao Xian regarded her with icy disdain, her lip curling in a sneer. With a swift motion, she delivered another slap to the maid's face, her gaze piercing as she pointed an accusatory finger. "Why did I hit you? Do you even comprehend the gravity of your servant's actions? Why don't you inquire about the misdeeds of this wretched creature?" The young lady seethed with rage, her entire frame trembling with indignation. To have her maid publicly humiliated in her presence was a flagrant disregard for her authority as mistress. Arrogant, insufferably arrogant. The maid's cheeks flamed red, swelling from the impact as she sobbed, pleading, "Miss, please stand up for me. I've done nothing wrong." Unable to bear the injustice any longer, Zixin interjected, her voice tinged with outrage. "Miss, are you blind to the truth? The young master posed no threat to you. Why then did you trip him as he ran past? He's but a child, and your actions were needlessly cruel." As the wife of the prefect, Qiao Xian commanded respect from the people of the prefecture. Having witnessed such injustice firsthand, Zixin felt compelled to speak out, unafraid of the consequences. There's no need to mince words. The maidservant's protestations were met with swift rejection. Yet she persisted, crying out, "Stop slandering me. We're outsiders here. Your companion is clearly biased against us outsiders. I didn't trip him at all. He's just a child. Why would I even bother arguing with him? It's obvious he was the one being careless." Qiao Xian silenced her with two more resounding slaps, her voice laced with condemnation. "You dare deny it, wretched creature? Zixin and I witnessed your deeds firsthand, and we stand by our account. Who do you think you are? You're not even worthy of my scorn." At that moment, two other young women, accompanied by their maidservants, approached, their disapproval evident. Having witnessed the incident themselves, they couldn't help but admonish the maidservant. These two women were mothers, unfamiliar with Qiao Xian but nevertheless disgusted by the maid's behavior. Lu Ying, the maidservant, seethed with resentment, her tears flowing even more profusely. "You An's prefecture city people are bullies. Absolute bullies. You twist the truth to suit your own ends. I didn't do it, I swear." Tang Fanghua, one of the young ladies, bristled with anger. "Is there no rule of law for nobility? How can you act so unreasonably? A gentleman resolves disputes with words, not violence. Your behavior is utterly reprehensible. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2038, Just Domineering. Qiao Xian's gaze pierced her with icy disdain. How dare you invoke the law? Are you the sole arbiters of wrongdoing? If this individual refuses to confess, apply pressure until she yields. His directive was clear as he cast a pointed glance at Lixia, Qiao, and Qiao. What are you waiting for? Enraged by the audacity, Lixia and her cohorts needed no further encouragement. With a curt affirmation, they advanced to administer punishment upon Levine. Witnessing the altercation, the two young mistresses and their attendant recoiled in astonishment, swiftly retreating to the sidelines. Their exchanged glances betrayed a mixture of shock and vindication. It was a fitting retribution. Such impudence warranted swift justice. Tang Fanghua and Levmei's cries of terror pierced the tense atmosphere. Levmei instinctively shielded Tang Fanghua, offering no assistance. In a sudden surge of defiance, Tang Fanghua fixed Zixian with an accusatory glare. Is this how your establishment conducts its affairs? Allowing customers to be subjected to such mistreatment? What kind of business model is this? Who would dare to patronize your establishment after this? With newfound resolve, Levmei joined in, urgently calling for the shopkeeper. Downstairs remained still, as per Qiao Xian's instructions to the nanny to bar any intruders from ascending. Her words held weight. After all, Qiao Xian had a stake in the dessert shop, effectively making her its proprietor. Observing the lack of movement from below, Zixian couldn't feign ignorance. "Miss, it's evident," he asserted, "while genuine patrons are always welcome, those with ill intentions find no place here. Such customers hold no value for us." The retort ignited Tang Fanghua and Levmei's fury. Meanwhile, Levine bore the brunt of Lixia and her accomplices' assault, enduring a barrage of pinches and hair-pulling, reducing her to a pitiful state. Initially defiant, she now sobbed uncontrollably, her cries for help punctuating the chaos. "Miss, please save me. Miss, help." But what recourse did her mistress have? Tang Fanghua remained aloof, wary of becoming a target herself amidst the escalating confrontation. Caught in a quandary, she grappled with the dilemma of intervention. Even if she could regain her dignity later, it would not change the fact that she might be in a sorry state and suffer. However, Levine was humiliated and bullied like this in front of her master. This made her feel extremely embarrassed. This was no different from slapping her face again and again. "Enough!" Tang Fanghua snapped and looked at Qiao Xian with a livid face. "Madam, it is better to leave a way out. What you are doing is too cruel, and you might have your own way, don't you think so?" Lixia and the others didn't care about her scolding at all. Their hands and mouths didn't stop at all. They held Levine and interrogated her. Qiao Xian's cold gaze bore into Tang Fanghua, a disdainful smirk curling her lips. "Threaten all you want. I'm not intimidated." Levmei's patience snapped, her voice rising in anger. "If you're not afraid of our mistress, then fear the Lord Prefect. She's kin to him." The declaration halted Lixia and her cohorts in their tracks, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief directed at Qiao Xian. Even Zixian found himself taken aback, casting a perplexed glance at Tang Fanghua and her servant. Qiao Xian herself was caught off guard by the unexpected revelation. Such audacity from this source was beyond expectation, bordering on terrifying. With a pointed look at the bewildered duo, Qiao Xian motioned for Zixian to escort them downstairs. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 2039. Lord Shao's relative. Since it involved Shao Yunduan, Qiao Xian was adamant about maintaining confidentiality. Although the two young ladies were engrossed in the spectacle, they were compelled to depart as the protagonist barred their viewing. For some inexplicable reason, Qiao Xian exuded such authority that they felt a twinge of fear. When Zixian escorted them downstairs, she divulged Qiao Xian's connection and cautioned them to uphold secrecy, refraining from disclosing any inappropriate information. The two young ladies were utterly shaken. How could they dare to prattle about the 8 trigrams? They fervently pledged to maintain silence and hastily departed. It was no surprise that woman possessed such a commanding presence. She happened to be the prefect's spouse. Tiske, she had it coming. Her attendant had mistreated Lord Shao's heir, and even Lord Shao's kin couldn't intervene. Tang Fanghua and her attendant sneered, finally assuaging their indignation. Mei believed her words had rattled Qiao Xian and the others, fueling her smugness. She huffed, "Apologize, and all will be forgiven. Otherwise..." Qiao Xian shot a glance at Lixia and remarked composedly, "Has this individual confessed? If not, continue engaging with her until she's ready to come clean." "Understood, madam." Lixia and the others immediately thrust their hands forward assertively, bombarding her with questions. Vine shrieked incessantly. Tang Fanghua and Mei were incredulous. "How dare you? You're the audacious one." Qiao Xian retorted sarcastically. "Being Lord Shao's relatives means little here. He's a rational man and won't intervene on your behalf. Besides, your claim to kinship with him is dubious at best. If that's the case, Lord Shao truly has the misfortune of having relatives like you. You've besmirched his reputation. Do you think he'll spare you once he learns of this?" Tang Fanghua stammered, Fine. Do you have the guts to reveal your identity and whereabouts? I want to know which family you belong to." Vine spat hatefully, "Don't act like you're afraid. You're quite capable, aren't you?" Qiao Xian grinned. "You're demanding my identity and address? You're not worthy, and I fear you'd be overwhelmed. I know this establishment well. If you seek retribution, just return here." Zixian also smiled, signifying her concurrence with Qiao Xian's stance. She remained composed and unruffled. Tang Fanghua and her attendant were both incensed and taken aback. They hadn't anticipated such brazenness from the woman before them. Truly, they didn't know the vastness of the heavens and the earth. "Fine." Tang Fanghua ground her teeth, shooting a fierce glare at Qiao Xian. She spat out harshly, "Do you think I'm bluffing? Just you wait. You'll regret this." Qiao Xian sneered in response. Tang Fanghua felt her blood boiling, nearly reaching the point of nausea. She refused to let this slide. Absolutely not. This woman clearly underestimated the gravity of the situation. Perhaps she believed he was bluffing and assumed she could make him pay the price. If she didn't make her kneel and beg for mercy, she wouldn't let her off the hook. Ving's endurance waned. Realizing his master couldn't rescue him, trapped and unable to overpower Qiao Xian, every part of his face, head, arms, and body throbbed with pain. The humiliation nearly made him vomit blood. Fear gripped her. Regret consumed her. Had she known the ferocity and arrogance of the madwoman in this dingy place, she would have never dared such a reckless act. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2040. I hope Anan has completely forgotten she had merely intended to play a prank on the child out of dislike for him. Assuming no one would witness it, she never anticipated him not only observing but also adamantly refusing to let it slide. Vine reached her breaking point. She sobbed and pleaded, please stop hitting me. It's my fault, entirely my fault. I shouldn't have extended my leg to trip that young master. I beg you, please stop." Qiao Xian raised her hand, signaling Lixia and the others to cease. Yet, their gazes intensified, brimming with disdain. This despicable person. Qiao Xian's heart twinged with pain as she recalled her son's cries. She uttered icily, "Why did you do it?" Vine felt too ashamed to admit her motive but lacked the courage to remain silent. Tearfully she stammered, I was just feeling bored and wanted to play a prank." Lixia couldn't restrain herself and delivered another slap. "How dare you jest at the expense of our young master? What kind of vile person are you?" Taking a deep breath, Qiao Xian fixed them with a cold glare. I won't argue with you today, but mark my words, your recklessness will lead to your downfall. Leave now. Tang Fanghua and her attendant were on the verge of exploding with fury. What did she mean by unlucky one day? Wasn't today unlucky enough? Anne's province truly proved inhospitable. Its residents were excessively tyrannical and overbearing. You need to consider the owner before disciplining a pet. My maid was merely jesting. If you hadn't neglected the child, none of this would have happened. Tang Fanghua shivered as Qiao Xian cast her a frigid glance. Apprehensive of another strike, Tang Fanghua's voice dwindled. She swallowed the remainder of her retort, summoned 2 maids, and turned to depart. Just you wait, she vowed silently. She'd return to this place and show them who could be provoked and who couldn't. Levying's hair was disheveled, her face a mosaic of red, purple, and white, every inch a canvas of agony. Her eyes, swollen and crimson, brimmed with hatred as she cast a parting glare at Qiao Xian and her companions. After their departure, Qiao Xian descended the stairs. Anan sat blissfully, relishing the milk pudding, his visage radiating contentment. Qiao Xian's gaze softened, her heart melting. Children were children, pure, guileless, and quick to forget. Soon, they'd be gleeful and carefree once more. Qiao Xian silently hoped Anan had entirely forgotten the recent altercation. Anan. Approaching with a smile, Qiao Xian watched as Anan's face lit up. Mom, the pudding is divine. Here, have some too, Ma. Sure, I'll have some too. If it's your favorite, then let's indulge together. With a smile, Qiao Xian settled beside Anan, gently clasping his small shoulders. After enjoying milk pudding and sipping strawberry juice with Anan, mother and son returned home. Shao Yunduan remained occupied and didn't return until dinner time. By then, Anan had already retired for the night. Upon sighting Shao Yunduan, Qiao Xian felt the previously quelled grievances resurface, overwhelming her emotions. Sensing her distress, Shao Yunduan was taken aback. He grasped her shoulders, his expression filled with concern. What's wrong? Who dared to mistreat you, my dear wife? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2041, Your Relatives. Shao Yunduan found himself torn between amusement and concern. Though he didn't fully grasp his wife's words, her unhappiness was evident. Drawing Qiao Xian into his embrace, he gently patted her back. I wouldn't even know how to mistreat my wife, let alone any relatives. No relatives, absolutely none. Please don't be upset, my dear. Qiao Xian couldn't help but chuckle as she lifted her head from his chest. But she insisted she was your relative. Shao Yunduan, my dear. He felt even more bewildered. Qiao Xian ceased her teasing and recounted the day's events, her anger and distress evident in her voice. Shao Yunduan shared her shock and heartache, feeling increasingly perplexed. Who on earth would fabricate such a colossal lie? My wife shouldn't have let them leave. We should have a Yi and the others apprehend and interrogate them. What kind of servant shared the same master? A maid who would mistreat a child merely for a jest was undoubtedly nefarious. One could surmise that her master was no better. Shao Yunduan couldn't fathom what kind of relative she claimed to be. It had to be a falsehood. Hearing his suggestion, Qiao Xian felt a pang of regret. Indeed, she shouldn't have allowed her to depart. Who knew what she might attempt next? What if she perpetrated something under the guise of being the prefect's relative in the nearby city? However, if she dared to do so, word would inevitably reach the authorities, and she wouldn't escape unscathed. Whether she's deceiving us or not, the truth will come to light soon. She won't be as bold in front of me. She'll slip up again, Qiao Xian asserted. Shao Yunduan's gaze hardened. That's for certain. I won't let her off easily. After a brief pause, she couldn't help but inquire, is Anan all right? Was he frightened? The mere thought tugged at his heartstrings. If the child hadn't drifted off, he would have held him close and comforted him. With a sigh, Qiao Xian replied, that dear boy was so young, and he cried so hard. But he was soothed afterward, so he likely won't remember. I'll instruct the nanny to keep an eye on him tonight to prevent any nightmares. Shao Yunduan nodded and planted a gentle kiss on her forehead. Don't be disheartened. Qiao Xian leaned into his embrace, choosing silence. She wasn't disheartened, she was seething with anger. Fortunately, Anan enjoyed a peaceful night's rest without any nightmares. The next morning, Qiao Xian breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Kaiyan's report. The child was still tender and forgetful, yet remarkably resilient. That was a relief. Children were highly susceptible to fear. Once frightened, their fragile constitution could lead to severe consequences. Shao Yunduan could not help but feel sorry for Anan. He took Anan into his arms during breakfast. The little guy was overjoyed. The monkey was tyrannizing his father. His father was usually busy and did not have much time to hug him. After the family of 3 had breakfast, Shao Yunduan accompanied them for a while before heading to the government office. Qiao Xian did not plan to go out today. She was going to pick strawberries and dragon fruits with Anan in the garden. The garden boasted a variety of fruit trees: figs, jujubes, plums, persimmons, dragon fruits, papayas, and more. Qiao Xian even dedicated a corner of the land to strawberries, watermelons, cantaloupes, and small melons. While she didn't plant an abundance of them, they yielded plentiful fruits each year. As the watermelons and cantaloupes reached maturity, enormous specimens tumbled onto the ground, their size making them utterly endearing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2042. Qi is here. Whenever the season arrived, Qiao Xian would enlist Mrs. Jia's help to gather the ripe fruits, providing her with a basket. Strawberries remained available from March to November, and Qiao Xian had instructed Mrs. Jia to pick them freely to prevent damage to the seedlings. Anan and the Jia family took delight in harvesting strawberries. Whenever the siblings embarked on a picking excursion, they always invited Anan to join them, and he eagerly obliged. Qiao Xian even intended to arrange for them to play together more often. However, before Shao Yunduan departed, a messenger arrived with news of a visitor at Lord Shao's ancestral home. Guests from our hometown? Both Shao Yunduan and Qiao Xian were taken aback. Guests from their hometown? If it were Shao Delong or Shao Sanlang, they would have recognized them. Who else could it be? Regardless of the visitor's identity, Shao Yunduan felt compelled to greet them. Escort them in and guide them to the East Flower Room in the front courtyard, he instructed. Qiao Xian smiled, not feeling rushed to head to the garden for strawberry picking. Go ahead, let me know if you require anything, she offered with a smile. Shao Yunduan nodded in acknowledgement. As he entered the East Flower Hall in the front courtyard, Shao Yunduan was taken aback when a young man dashed towards him, enveloping him in a bear hug while exclaiming joyfully, "Fifth brother, I've come to see you." Shao Yunduan's heart leaped with excitement. He grasped the young man's shoulders, his eyes lighting up. It's really you, Qi. Yes, it's me. Fifth brother, I've missed you terribly. How have you been? And how's fifth sister-in-law? Where's my little nephew? Shao Yunduan beamed, patting Qi's sturdy shoulders. We're all doing well, everything's fine. And you? What brings you here? A flicker of nervousness danced in Shao Yunduan's chest. Qi quickly reassured him with a smile. I'm doing great, really. I couldn't bear to be away from you all, so I decided to pay a visit to fifth brother, fifth sister-in-law, and my adorable nephew. I plan to visit father, mother, brother, and sister-in-law in a few days too. It's been too long since I've seen them. I miss them dearly. Qi's longing was palpable. Shao Yunduan relaxed, offering a warm smile. It's wonderful to hear that you're doing well, and I'm sure your family will be overjoyed to see you. Qi flashed a bright, toothy grin. Absolutely, I believe so too. The brothers exchanged a fond glance, sharing a hearty laugh. Qi proceeded to introduce everyone to Shao Yunduan. First, there was Qin Yuanshan, his brother. Then Yuan Mi, the esteemed female general in the Northwest Army, who also happened to be his friend. Lastly, there was Miss Tang Fanghua, another friend of his. Qin Yuanshan, roughly Qi's age, greeted Shao Yunduan with a warm smile. Perhaps influenced by Qi's frequent boasts about his fifth brother, they couldn't help but display a hint of curiosity as they observed Shao Yunduan. Despite their subtle scrutiny, Shao Yunduan couldn't help but find the situation amusing and chose to overlook it. They had received word about Qi's transformation 2 years prior. The silent old hunter who had taught Qi martial arts turned out to be none other than the renowned General Zhao. With the Zhao family's demise, Qi became the sole heir to General Zhao's legacy. Ever since this revelation, the Northwest Army had taken special interest in Qi, treating him as a potential leader for the new generation of the army. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2043. Savior. The internal conflict among the princes raged on, casting a shadow of chaos over the realm. While Qi maintained control in the northwest, the Northwest Army's stronghold on the presidency deterred any rash actions. Despite this, Qi harbored concerns for Shao Yunduan and Qiao Xian, prompting his visit. Upon Qi's introduction of Qin Yuanshan and the others to Shao Yunduan, pleasantries were exchanged. However, the atmosphere shifted abruptly when Liu Mei, standing beside Tang Fanghua, interjected with a smile. Our girl saved General Shao's life during her time in the Northwest. She wishes to pay a visit to Lord and Lady Shao as well. Liu Mei's words caused a sudden chill to settle over the gathering. Qin Yuanshan and Yuan Mi exchanged glances discreetly, their expressions betraying a mix of emotions. Yuan Mi couldn't help but roll her eyes in private. Observing Qi's strained smile, Shao Yunduan exchanged a glance with Miss Tang, who had halted Liu Mei and now smiled graciously. Sensing the implications, Shao Yunduan nodded at Tang Fanghua and spoke warmly. So you were the one who saved Qi? Your actions won't go unnoticed. We'll find a way to repay you. Miss Tang, if you ever require assistance, don't hesitate to ask. Tang Fanghua returned the smile. Lord Shao, your generosity knows no bounds. I acted out of goodwill, it was nothing. Shao Yunduan maintained his smile, leaving further discussion to his wife. You must be weary from your journey. Please make yourself at home. There's no need to stay at an inn when you have your own residence here. Shao Yunduan was aware of their arrival in An City 2 days prior, while the trio still resided at Liuha Manor, hence their initial absence. Their visit today came only upon learning of their return. Qin Yuanshan and Yuan Mi dispensed with formalities, opting to stay at the state office for convenience. Understanding Qi's eagerness to reunite with his brother and sister-in-law, they expressed gratitude before retiring. Aware that Qi and his brother had much to catch up on after years apart, they left promptly, guided by the servants to their quarters. Tang Fanghua, however, insisted with a smile, I'm not fatigued. I've had ample rest these past 2 days. Lord Shao, I wish to pay a visit to Madame Shao. Yuan Mi and Qin Yuanshan exchanged speechless glances. This woman had no sense of propriety. Why insert herself into their family reunion? Did she envision herself as a member of the Shao clan? What audacity! Even if she saved Qi's life, without his affections, she couldn't force a marriage. Qi had rebuffed her advances countless times, yet she persisted in her delusion. Shameless, truly. Yuan Mi was on the verge of intervening when Shao Yunduan nodded in agreement. All right. Yuan Mi struggled to find words, cursing Shao Yunduan inwardly for his shamelessness. She resented him for enabling Tang Fanghua's audacity. Surely, Shao Yunduan couldn't be oblivious to her true intentions. Qi was equally taken aback but remained silent. Tang Fanghua's face lit up with gratitude as she thanked him with a beaming smile. Thank you, Lord Shao. With that, Shao Yunduan led Qi, Tang Fanghua, and her 2 maids, Liu Vang and Liu Mei, into the courtyard. Tang Fanghua and her servants rejoiced, unaware of the impending misfortune looming just around the corner. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2044. Why are you here? Shao Yunduan may have been unfamiliar with Tang Fanghua and her attendant, but he sensed her dubious intentions. He trusted his wife to handle the situation adeptly. Regarding the debt of saving her life, Shao Yunduan deemed it wise to resolve it promptly. Since Tang Fanghua openly expressed her desire to repay him, he decided to grant her wish swiftly. He didn't want Qi to be burdened by such an obligation. Wife! Shao Yunduan's voice exuded warmth and excitement. Look who's here. A broad grin illuminated Qi's youthful and handsome face as he eagerly approached. Fifth sister-in-law. It's me. I've come to see you and my nephew. Qiao Xian, engrossed in play with her son, was momentarily stunned. Qi was here? It couldn't be. Qi's presence filled her with astonishment and delight. Qi, you're really here. Qi beamed with happiness and pride. Fifth sister-in-law, it's me. Qiao Xian burst into laughter, moving closer. Excellent, you've returned after all these years. Anan, come greet Uncle Qi. Anan, curious, blinked his watery eyes and regarded Qi. Following his mother's prompt, he obediently chimed, Uncle Qi. Qi's face lit up with joy as he reached out to embrace his nephew. Tang Fanghua and her attendant had not been able to survey their surroundings upon entering, thus initially missing the presence of Qiao Xian and her son. However, as their gazes finally settled on them, their expressions shifted dramatically. Lixia, who had suffered the most the day before, was now the most shocked. A cry of surprise escaped her lips. Qiao Xian, upon noticing their arrival, froze in place. Qi, sensing a subtle shift in the atmosphere, felt a twinge of unease but brushed it off as mere imagination. Surely, nothing could be amiss. Realizing his oversight in introducing Tang Fanghua to Qiao Xian, Qi withdrew his hands from Anan and addressed Qiao Xian with a smile. Fifth sister-in-law, this is Tang Fanghua, Miss Tang. She's accompanied by my other two friends. Lixia's complexion turned ashen, fear flickering in her eyes as she trembled involuntarily. Recalling her altercation with Qiao Xian the previous day, she regretted her actions deeply. If only she had known Qiao Xian's true identity as the prefect's wife, she wouldn't have dared to provoke her, no matter how bored she felt. Tang Fanghua, too, felt a pang of embarrassment, her face alternating between shades of red and white. This friendly fire, what a predicament! To realize that the woman before her was the prefect's wife explained her arrogance. It also explained, with a sinking feeling, how she had maintained airs of superiority as a relative of the Lord Prefect. The realization burned through Tang Fanghua like a flame. Tang Fanghua strained to summon a smile, but it eluded her. Her attempts to speak resulted in silence, her throat constricted by tension. Qiao Xian offered a wry half-smile in acknowledgement. So it's you. Ignoring the awkwardness, Lixia hastily interjected, Indeed, our miss-saved General Shao. Though her words felt abrupt, she felt compelled to speak. It was their best and only defense. Perhaps, on the grounds of Tang Fang was deed, the prefect's wife would show mercy and exercise decorum. Qi's eyes flashed with anger. He cast a cold gaze at Lixia, then turned to Tang Fanghua with a mask of disdain. His disgust was palpable. And so was his anger. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2045. We're on the same side. Shao Yunduan's eyes glinted with mockery as he regarded Tang Fanghua. He now understood the true nature of Qi's savior. Despite her role in saving Qi, Shao Yunduan vowed never to allow such a person to linger by Qi's side, bringing trouble upon him. Qiao Xian, smiling at the sudden interjection, shot a meaningful glance at Tang Fanghua. Tang Fanghua flushed hot with embarrassment, feeling exposed under Qiao Xian's penetrating gaze. She seethed with shame and resentment, her fists clenched tightly. Despite his usual obliviousness, even Qi sensed that there was more to the situation. Fifth sister-in-law, how do you know Miss Tang? What's the connection? Qiao Xian couldn't fault Qi for saving her life. Lixia, devoid of emotion, recounted the events of the previous day. Both Shao Yunduan and Qi erupted in fury simultaneously. Qi fixed a piercing glare on Tang Fanghua. Miss Tang, care to explain this? Fifth sister-in-law, fifth brother, I apologize, don't. Qiao Xian interjected, smiling warmly at Qi. We're family, and your fifth brother and I would never hold our own family accountable for the mistakes of outsiders. While they may be your friends, friends remain distinct from family. We stand together as one, capable of distinguishing right from wrong. Suppressing his anger, Shao Yunduan added, Your sister-in-law speaks wisely. Let's refrain from further unfounded accusations. Qi nodded, chastened. Yes, fifth brother, fifth sister-in-law. Tang Fanghua, feeling the weight of Qiao Xian's words, hurriedly spoke up, Madam Shao, I wasn't aware it was you and it wouldn't matter if it weren't us. Qiao Xian interjected icily. Your insinuations are distasteful, Miss Tang. Are you suggesting that your actions hinge on the identities of those involved? That you treat ordinary people with callous disregard? Are we to be casually bullied without reason? Tang Fanghua shook her head frantically. No, that's not what I meant. I was out of line. It's entirely my fault. Levying, equally terrified, dropped to her knees. Madam Shao, please forgive me. I didn't intend harm. I was overwhelmed in the moment. It's not my usual demeanor. I was in a haze. This was unrelated to my master's wishes. Please forgive me, Madam Shao. General Shao, I beg of you, please. Qi's voice cut through the tension, dripping with cold disdain. Consider yourself fortunate that you're not bound to me as a slave. Otherwise, I'd have disposed of you long ago. He had yearned to meet his nephew, only to discover that the child had suffered at the hands of this contemptible servant. The mere thought of it gnawed at his heart. Yet, despite her transgressions, this servant dared to plead for mercy. Qi had harbored suspicions about Tang Fanghua's character from the start. Nonetheless, out of gratitude for saving his life, he had turned a blind eye to her misdeeds, as long as they didn't cause significant trouble or lead to legal action. But now, her indulgence of her maid's cruelty toward his nephew shattered any semblance of tolerance he had left. Tang Fanghua was consumed by remorse. She had been apprehensive, uncertain if Shao Yunduan and Qiao Xian would accept her. If they favored her, perhaps she could appeal to them. Qi held his fifth brother and sister-in-law in high regard. Their support might pave the way for her marriage with Qi. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2046. A dog using its master's power, but what if they don't like her? What should she do? Or perhaps they hated her? Could she and Qi still have a future? Tang Fanghua was consumed with anxiety, her thoughts swirling in turmoil. Just the day before, she had sauntered casually with her maids through the bustling streets of An's prefecture city. Spotting the renowned used dessert shop, she decided to venture inside. Little did she anticipate the twist of fate awaiting her. The very person she had been strategizing to win over had been deeply offended by her actions just yesterday. Recalling the harsh words she had uttered, she felt her face flush with embarrassment. Qiao Xian, too, felt stifled by the turn of events. Had she known, she would have had the nanny and Kaiyun take Anan elsewhere. She had hoped the incident from the previous day had blown over, but now, the unexpected resurgence left her feeling even more despondent. Despite her disdain for Levying, Qiao Xian restrained herself from retaliating, refusing to stoop to her level. She cast a calm glance at Tang Fanghua before speaking, "Well, abide by your decision. After all, she's under Miss Tang's authority. It wouldn't be appropriate for us outsiders to intervene." Qi's glare bore into Levying, a mix of guilt and anger brewing within him. He harbored a strong desire to reprimand her harshly. Under the weight of their collective gaze, Tang Fanghua's demeanor turned hesitant, her inner turmoil evident on her face. If she possessed even a modicum of intelligence, she would know what course of action to take. If her intention truly lay in marrying Qi, she would understand that she couldn't retain this maidservant. The Shao family wouldn't tolerate the presence of such a malevolent and abusive maid, especially one who targeted the vulnerable and innocent Anan. Tang Fanghua had no choice but to disassociate herself from Levying. Levying, too, grasped the severity of the situation. Prostrating herself on the ground, she turned to Tang Fanghua, pleading for mercy. Miss, I've been loyal to you. I recognize my wrongdoing. Please forgive me this once, considering my years of devoted service. I swear I'll never repeat it. Please, I beg of you, have mercy. Tang Fanghua gritted her teeth, her gaze piercing as she glared at Levine, her resolve hardening. Qi, incredulous, vented his anger. What's the use of keeping such a despicable servant, Miss Tang? Are you truly so attached? I've been faithful to you, miss. I've been faithful. Levine wailed, her forehead repeatedly striking the ground. Qi, seething with fury, averted his gaze, consumed by disappointment and guilt. He realized then that he and Tang Fanghua were fundamentally different individuals. The Shao family would never condone the presence of such malice. Their integrity wouldn't allow it. Finally, Tang Fanghua made her decision. With gritted teeth, she knelt alongside Levine. Lord Shao, Madam Shao, I deeply apologize to you both. It's entirely my fault. I failed to discipline Levine properly. While she's at fault, she doesn't deserve death. Please spare her. Qi's anger flared. Miss Tang, refrain from slandering her. When did my brother and sister-in-law indicate they wanted this servant dead? Tears welled in Tang Fanghua's eyes, her voice choked with emotion. I'm sorry I spoke rashly. I promise to enforce strict discipline from now on. Such behavior will not be tolerated. If it recurs, there will be consequences. Please forgive me, Lord Shao, Madam Shao. After all, Levine has been by my side for so many years. We've shared hardships together. I simply can't bear to, if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2047. Everyone is dumbfounded. Shao Yunduan was taken aback by Tang Fanghua's decision to defend Levine. While he couldn't help but feel a hint of admiration, it paled in comparison to his disgust for the servant's actions. Qi, equally surprised, resolved to defer to his fifth brother and sister-in-law's judgment, regardless of his own feelings. However, Qiao Xian's response caught everyone off guard. With a sneer, she spoke calmly, I'm protective by nature. My son is innocent and vulnerable, yet this wretch finds pleasure in tormenting him. Is she even human? Such innate cruelty cannot be tolerated. I demand her life. Miss Tang, will you stand against me for the sake of this vile creature? The room fell silent, everyone stunned by Qiao Xian's declaration. Levine, paralyzed with fear, forgot to shed tears. Her swollen eyes bore into Qiao Xian with a mixture of defiance and terror. Tang Fanghua's expression shifted from disbelief to condemnation. Despite her earnest pleas, Qiao Xian refused to relent. Why was she so merciless? How could she advocate for violence over a minor transgression? Moreover, as Qi's savior, shouldn't she show some respect? But Qiao Xian showed no inclination to accommodate Tang Fanghua. Instead, she sneered, I'm going to make an example out of this wretch right now. Miss Tang, I'm asking you one last time, will you grant me this request or not? Levine trembled with terror, casting pleading eyes towards Tang Fanghua, clinging to the hope of salvation. Tang Fanghua quivered, engulfed by remorse, though her regret harbored a hidden truth. She hadn't anticipated such resistance from the prefect's wife. Despairingly, she glanced at Qi, only to find him averting his gaze. Her heart chilled as tears welled in her eyes. Madam Shao, you're kind and compassionate. Despite this servant's faults, she's still a human life. I implore you, spare her. I pledge to discipline her rigorously from now on. Qiao Xian scoffed. Kindness is reserved for those deserving of it. Have you ever seen anyone extend kindness to a venomous snake? Tang Fanghua seethed with indignation. This humiliation was unbearable, a slap to her dignity. I won't spare her, Qiao Xian declared boldly. I'm determined to end this wretch's life. My husband holds sway in this city, and his word is law. Whatever I desire, I attain. If I demand her life, it's as good as done. Do you doubt me? Miss, please, I beg of you, spare me. Levine pleaded, her voice trembling with fear as tears streamed down her pale face. Tang Fanghua, swayed by Qiao Xian's confidence, appealed desperately, "Madam Shao, do you truly wish to become a killer?" Qiao Xian's sneer deepened. "Do you misunderstand the value of human life? This servant callously harmed the eldest son of the prefect. Even if I were to administer her punishment, she would still deserve it, wouldn't you agree?" Tang Fanghua choked back a sob, breaking out in a cold sweat. She realized the truth. Her life was expendable. Levine had harmed a scion of the Shao family, deserving nothing less than severe retribution. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2048. A Life for a Life. Tang Fanghua was seething with the urge to slap Levine several times. This troublemaker was utterly clueless. Dealing with her frivolous antics was inevitable, but now was not the time for that. Despite her frustration, Tang Fanghua knew she had to save her. No matter what, she couldn't let Levine suffer. Qiao Xian's teasing had momentarily eased the tension. "You two seem quite close." "Impressive," he remarked. Tang Fanghua turned to Qiao Xian, her expression tense. Qiao Xian's smile was unnerving. "Miss Tang, do you truly wish to save her? She's been by my side for years. I can't just abandon her. Madam Shao, please have mercy." "Mercy isn't my forte, but there may be another way," Qiao Xian said, a calculating gleam in his eyes. "Madam Shao, what do you propose?" "It's quite simple," Qiao Xian replied with a smirk. "A life for a life." Tang Fanghua's face drained of color, her eyes widening in shock as she stood frozen, trying to comprehend Qiao Xian's chilling ultimatum. A life for a life? What could Madame Shao possibly mean by that? "It's not what you're imagining," Qiao Xian sneered. "You saved Qi's life, didn't you? That means the Shao family owes you a debt. So, it'll compensate you with another 50,000 silver. From now on, keep quiet about saving Qi, and well consider the matter settled." Qi's excitement surged as he looked at Qiao Xian. Fifth sister-in-law had gone through all this trouble for him. Fifth sister-in-law had always been kind to him and his family. Shao Yunduan caught on to the situation, a knowing smile in his eyes. He understood his wife's motives. It hadn't been easy for her. Tang Fanghua gazed at Qi, silently pleading for him to speak up. But Qi avoided her gaze, feigning ignorance. Tang Fanghua's heart sank with sorrow and desperation. She had saved him. Without her, he might not be alive today. Such a debt transcended earthly bounds. Could it truly be dismissed at her word? Could it be erased so easily? Why didn't he say a word? Why did he do this to her? Tang Fanghua's tears rolled down her face as she sobbed. She was very, very sad. Qiao Xian remained unmoved by Tang Fanghua's attempts to reason. Impatiently, he said, "Miss Tang, what's your decision? I highly doubt the bond between you and your servant is as strong as you claim." Tang Fanghua's eyelids flickered with irritation. "Fine, I agree. I won't mention saving your life again, but I refuse the money." "That's not acceptable. You must accept the money. The Shao family won't allow you to suffer a loss. 50,000 taels of silver, along with the life, should be sufficient." "But you have to." Tang Fanghua fell silent. Qiao Xian pressed on. "I prefer everything to be documented. We should clearly outline the terms. What did this servant do?" Miss Tang's master-servant relationship was exchanged for her life, and the Shao family consented. "Well, provide Miss Tang with another 50,000 taels of silver." "What?" Tang Fanghua's expression shifted. Initially, she had a plan. How could Qi's life equate to that of a mere maidservant like Levine? If the Shao family used the life of a maidservant to trade for Qi's, even with an additional 50,000 taels of silver, it would be an act of bullying. If word got out, sympathy would flow her way, condemning the Shao family's actions. They'd have no way to evade the fallout. But with everything laid out plainly in black and white, there would be no room for maneuvering. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2049. I won't talk about it again instead. It was Tang Fanghua who ended up protecting the ungrateful servant, but did Tang Fanghua truly have a choice? No, she did not. She had already committed to the exchange of a life for a life. Reneging on her promise now would only bring shame upon her. Besides, going back on her word was simply not an option. Qiao Xian reassured her, "Don't worry, Miss Tang. As long as you keep quiet about this outside, refraining from mentioning saving our lives, we won't disclose anything. It won't bring any harm to you." Reluctantly, Tang Fanghua agreed, "Madam Shao, I won't bring it up again. Excellent." Qiao Xian's smile was insincere as he instructed someone to document the agreement. 2 copies were drawn up, each signed and exchanged between parties. Qi remained silent throughout. Seeing the contract, he felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his chest. Relief washed over him. "I can't tolerate this wretch, and neither does the state office. Lixia, escort her out," Qiao Xian commanded. "Miss Tang, will you stay or leave?" After a brief moment of hesitation, Tang Fanghua made her decision to stay. If Tang Fanghua left now, she'd face ridicule from Qin Yuanshan and Yuanmi. That was intolerable to her. She was relieved they weren't present. Otherwise, the embarrassment would have been unbearable. So, Levying was left to depart from the inn alone. Qiao Xian made no arrangements for her transportation. She didn't deserve it. Meanwhile, Tang Fanghua and Levmei were escorted to their quarters to rest. Qiao Xian couldn't help but think they weren't as close as they seemed. With the irrelevant parties gone, Qiao Xian, her husband, and Qi could finally converse freely. Qi glanced at them, but Qiao Xian interrupted with a grin. "Hey Qi, no talk of apologies or I might just show you the door." Laughter filled the room. Shao Yunduan chimed in, "We're all on the same team here. But I'm curious, what's this about saving my life?" Qi had intended to apologize, but his brothers and sister-in-law's words halted him. Despite his desire to make amends, an apology now would only distance him further. It might even imply collusion with Tang Fanghua, a notion he detested. Qi didn't deny Tang Fanghua's act of saving his life. However, the constant reminders from Tang Fanghua and her maidservants about this favor left him feeling disgusted and frustrated. Their insistence on leveraging this debt forced him into uncomfortable situations he wished to avoid. He had always perceived Tang Fanghua as someone who, unless she underwent a drastic change in personality and got married, would likely persistently pursue him for the rest of her life. Despite her clear intentions of wanting to marry him, he had never reciprocated. Repeatedly, he had turned down her advances. Yet, she persisted, returning intermittently, much to his annoyance. Recalling Fifth Brother's inquiry stirred bitterness within Qi. About 2 years ago, Beihu had instigated several small tribes to stir up trouble. Qi led a team to investigate. Unexpectedly, they were ambushed on their return journey, resulting in everyone being scattered. Qi, poisoned, found himself alone in the wilderness, unaware of when he had lost consciousness. When he regained consciousness, he discovered Tang Fanghua had saved him. She and her servant had traveled from Hebei in search of relatives, only to find they had relocated without leaving a trace. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2050. Savior. As fate would have it, Tang Fanghua had heard of a relative residing in a small town, prompting her to venture there. Little did she know she would cross paths with Qi and save him along the way. Upon returning to Guiwu City, where Qi's encampment was located, Qi pledged to assist Tang Fanghua in locating her relatives. Despite their efforts, they were unable to locate them. Left with no other options, Tang Fanghua naturally remained in Guiwu City. Given that she had saved Qi's life, he couldn't bear to see her homeless and alone. Consequently, he purchased a house for her and provided financial support. Qi inquired about her plans. Should she wish to return to her hometown, he offered to arrange for her safe escort, ensuring her well-being under the care of her clan's patriarch and elders, with his support. Alternatively, if she desired to settle in Guiwu City, he would support her decision. In the event of marriage, he vowed to provide a generous dowry to secure her future. However, Tang Fanghua merely expressed her willingness to remain in Guiwu City temporarily, deferring further discussions for later. The two maids, Levang and Levmei, made a jest, suggesting, "Why don't we just arrange a marriage between General Shao and our miss? Wouldn't that be a match made in heaven?" Upon hearing this, Qi sternly rebuked them, insisting they refrain from such jests in the future. He warned them that tarnishing their misreputation would have consequences, and they would not be pardoned for it. As a man of integrity, Qi asserted he would never entertain the notion of marrying his savior. He had never entertained such thoughts. Tang Fanghua joined in, swiftly reprimanding Levang and Levmei for their foolish remarks. She, too, was concerned about the damage to General Shao's reputation. She made it clear that if they continued with such nonsense, she would dismiss them from her service. Shocked by the severity of their scolding, Levang and Levmei offered profuse apologies. Unable to do more than reprimand the maids, Qi resolved to teach them a lesson. Despite the warning, Tang Fanghua and her servant persisted in visiting the military camp to seek Qi's company, often bringing gifts of food and clothing. Initially, Qi paid little attention to their visits. However, as they became more frequent, the elders at the military camp began to express their concerns. They questioned Qi about his relationship with Miss Tang. Qi was shocked and quickly explained. Feng Qiao, Su Xiangyang, Zhao Zhongzi, and the other old generals couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They were all astute individuals. How could they fail to discern Miss Tang's intentions? The conspicuous actions of the master and servant had made it common knowledge throughout the military camp and Guiwu City that she was Qi's savior. Frequently, she would visit to deliver items, often met with teasing and suggestive glances from onlookers. Each time, she would shyly deny any romantic involvement, insisting, "Don't talk nonsense," or, "That's not true." But how different was this from tacit approval? It was evident that this woman harbored ulterior motives, exhibiting a cunning nature. Her schemes weren't straightforward. If Qi were to marry her, it might not bode well. Learning of this, Qi felt despondent. He barred them from visiting the military camp again, opting instead to send emissaries twice monthly. Should they require anything, they could communicate through them. Yet, Tang Fanghua remained evasive when questioned about her plans, prolonging the ambiguity. Levang and Levmei resumed their testing, heaping praise upon their young miss and subtly hinting at her affections for General Shao. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2051. Really tired Qi felt complicated when he heard that. He would never marry Tang Fanghua. He had never thought about this before, and the thought of it made him feel uncomfortable. Of course, he would not do it. However, this situation couldn't persist indefinitely, especially when old General Su Xiangyang and other senior figures began to express concerns about the ticking clock of a woman's age. Delaying matters could leave Tang Fanghua labeled as an old maid. Qi knew he couldn't avoid addressing the issue forever. Yet, despite their efforts, including those of the senior figures and their spouses, Tang Fanghua remained unyielding. She rejected all matchmaking attempts. In a bid to quash any romantic notions between Qi and Tang Fanghua, the group concocted a plan to make them sworn siblings. It seemed like an ideal solution at first. However, Tang Fanghua vehemently opposed the idea. She desired to be Madame Shao, not a sworn sibling. Despite the pressure, she stood her ground, insisting she wasn't worthy of being sworn siblings with General Shao. Her refusal was unwavering, and no amount of coercion could sway her. Frustrated, they had no choice but to let the matter rest. Their collective indignation was palpable. Dealing with Miss Tang proved more exhausting than battling Beihu warriors. Truly, she was a formidable opponent. Facing internal conflicts was draining. Qi grew concerned for fifth brother, fifth sister-in-law, and his family. After deliberating with the old generals, he decided to return home to visit them. To Qi's surprise, Tang Fanghua expressed a desire to accompany him. She claimed admiration for Lord Shao and Madame Shao, wishing to meet them. Qi's agreement to her request stemmed from his intention to seek advice from his family on handling her. Thus he acquiesced. However, traveling alone with her was out of the question. Even with servants and attendants, it wouldn't suffice. Therefore, he enlisted Qin Yuanshan and Yuan Mi to accompany them. Qin Yuanshan and Yuan Mi harbored their own reservations toward Tang Fanghua, so they readily agreed. Learning of their inclusion, Tang Fanghua and the others didn't seem too pleased. Qi poured out his troubles in one breath. Fifth brother, fifth sister-in-law, what should we do about this? Shao Yunduan grew irritated. Look after yourself. You can't marry her, and don't let her scheme against you. I understand. Qiao Xian interjected with a smile. Now that the debt has been settled, you needn't feel burdened. Simply send her back to her hometown. If she's clever, she'll understand what to do. Shao Yunduan nodded in agreement. When you depart, you needn't take her with you. I'll arrange for someone to escort her back home. Though Qi was eager to comply, he hesitated. But what if she refuses? Shao Yunduan sneered. It's not her decision to make. Qiao Xian chimed in with a smile. Qi, you're too kind-hearted. It's understandable to feel uncertain in such a situation, especially with Miss Tang's position. You'll learn to handle it better. It was unusual for Qi to not be coerced into agreeing with Miss Tang's wishes. After all, he had saved her life. It was natural for him to feel hesitant. Grateful for his brother and sister-in-law's support, Qi felt a wave of relief. With them in charge, he could finally relax a bit. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2052. Why isn't he here? The joy of reunion soon eclipsed their earlier conversation. The three of them immersed themselves in catching up and discussing various topics. Qi relished the moment as he finally embraced Anan, enjoying their time together and sharing hearty laughter. After a while, Qi's luggage arrived from the inn. He directed someone to bring in the wooden box containing gifts for Shao Yunduan and Qiao Xian. He presented Qiao Xian with a box of gemstones, 2 white jade thrones, and a pair of jade lion paperweights for Shao Yunduan. Among the gifts were also high-quality leather and unique gold artifacts. Though not numerous, each item exuded extraordinary quality. The box of gems alone contained 20 to 30 thumb-sized, flawlessly clear gems that sparkled brilliantly when the lid was opened. Most of the gifts were intended for Anan. The two of them sat on the carpet, examining the jade carvings one by one. There were miniature swords, jade horses, bows and arrows, golden masks, various animals crafted from gold and gemstones, as well as an assortment of intriguing bone and wood carvings. Anan's eyes sparkled with delight at each new discovery. He cheered with excitement, his face illuminated with joy as he reveled in the company of Uncle Qi. During lunch, Qi extended an invitation to Qin Yuanshan, Yuan Mi, and Tang Fanghua. Tang Fanghua took the opportunity to freshen up and change into elegant attire, exuding a gentle and refined aura. She appeared neither embarrassed nor ashamed as she politely greeted Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan. Impressed by her demeanor, Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan exchanged a knowing glance. This woman possessed a formidable presence. Her composed demeanor only served to amplify Qi's discomfort in her presence. Qin Yuanshan and Yuan Mi were taken aback to see only Mei accompanying Tang Fanghua, particularly Yuan Mi. As for Tang Fanghua's 2 maidservants, their behavior had been increasingly erratic. Whenever Tang Fanghua engaged in conversation with Qi, they would interject, seemingly insinuating a rivalry for Qi's attention. Yuan Mi was infuriated by their antics and would have reprimanded them if not for Qin Yuanshan's intervention. Qin Yuanshan repeatedly intervened, urging Yuan Mi not to stoop to the level of arguing with mere servants. Such behavior would only demean them. Despite the maid's arrogance, Qin Yuanshan assured Yuan Mi that their arrogance would inevitably lead to their downfall. For now, they should simply observe and wait. While she didn't want Qi to face any trouble, she acknowledged Tang Fanghua's debt of gratitude toward him. Qi was the sole heir of old General Zhao, who had aided Tang Fanghua's family. Thus, if Tang Fanghua didn't mind their presence, Yuan Mi would tolerate it. Nonetheless, she simmered with anger. The absence of vying, particularly in Qi's household, roused suspicion. Why wasn't she present to curry favor with Qi's sister-in-law? Intrigued, Yuanmi couldn't help but inquire, "Miss Tang, why isn't Levying here? Where has she gone?" She hoped to preempt any unpleasant surprises caused by Levying's sudden appearance. Tang Fang was genteel facade cracked at Yuanmi's question, her expression clouding with anger. Quickly, Qiao interjected, "That wretch is cunning. She used her influence to have our mistress drive her away. Our mistress won't tolerate her presence and soil our home. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 2053. Xuan Leave Tang Fanghua and Levmei seethed with anger as Yuanmi's laughter rang out. Intrigued, Yuanmi's interest peaked. "Oh, this is news to me. She's got spunk to act up in front of Madame Shao. Is she out of her mind?" Worried about Qiao escalating matters, Levmei interjected, "There was an incident yesterday. Levying crossed paths with young Master Shao." Qiao scoffed, her tone sharp. "It wasn't an accident. It was deliberate malice. Our young master is but a child. When he crossed her path, she stuck her leg out and tripped him. Madame witnessed it firsthand and reprimanded her yesterday. But we didn't know her identity then. Who'd have thought she'd have the nerve to show up again today?" Yuanmi gasped, incredulous. "How despicable! Attacking an innocent child. What sort of cowardice is that? It sickens me." "Sickening indeed." Tang Fanghua clenched her handkerchief, her body quivering with rage. She wanted to storm out, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. What good would leaving now do? It would only paint her as ill-tempered. Better to endure, albeit gritting her teeth, than to worsen her standing in the eyes of Lord and Madame Shao. "It's my fault for not disciplining him properly. I apologize sincerely," Tang Fanghua admitted, her voice heavy with remorse. Yuanmi couldn't resist a sneer. "Finally acknowledging your shortcomings, huh? It's a rare sight." Qin Yuanshan nudged Yuanmi discreetly, murmuring, "Enough now." Aware of the delicate situation, they couldn't afford to overstep their bounds in Lord and Madame Shao's residence. Yuanmi huffed, shooting a disdainful glance at Tang Fanghua and her attendant before falling silent. Qiao shot Levmei a scathing look before departing. Qiao Xian had taken charge of the lunch arrangements herself, mindful of their guests' preferences from the northwest, strong flavors preferred over lighter fare. The 12 dishes and soup served reflected this, a testament to Qiao Xian's culinary expertise. Despite the limited time for preparation, the dishes garnered praise, especially from Qi and the others accustomed to the rigors of military camp life, for whom this meal was a rare treat. Both Yuanmi and Qin Yuanshan showered praise on the spread, while Qi beamed with pride, joined by Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan in satisfaction. Later that afternoon, Shao Yunduan, Qi, and Qin Yuanshan convened in the study, engaging in tea-making and lively conversation. Meanwhile, Qiao Xian strolled the garden with Anan and Yuanmi, with Tang Fanghua in tow. The garden sprawled expansively, enriched by Qiao Xian's green thumb. Her affinity with wood empowered the flora to thrive, producing vibrant, lush blooms and robust fruit trees that quickly became a cherished attraction. Qiao Xian led Yuanmi on a fruity excursion, plucking strawberries, mulberries, peaches, plums, dragon fruits, and the last harvest of loquats and bayberries. She even arranged for Jia Hemming and his children to join, much to Yuanmi's delight. The allure of strawberries proved irresistible, captivating even the seasoned female general with their delicate, sweet allure. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible.